This is an emergency alert. You are under attack from government. This is an emergency alert. You are under attack from your government. This is an emergency alert. You are under attack from your government. This is an emergency alert. You are under attack from your government. This is an emergency alert. You are under attack from your government. This is an emergency alert. You are under attack from your government. This is an emergency alert. You are under attack from your government. This is an emergency alert. You are under attack from your government. This is an emergency alert. You are under attack from your government. This is an emergency alert. You are under attack from your government. This is an emergency alert. This is an emergency alert. You are under attack from your government. This is an emergency alert. You are under attack from your government. This is an emergency alert. You are under attack from your government. This is an emergency alert. You are under attack from your government. This is an emergency alert. You are under attack from your government. This is an emergency alert. You are under attack from your government. This is an emergency alert. You are under attack from your government. This is an emergency alert. You are under attack from your government. This is an emergency alert. You are under attack from your government. This is an emergency alert. You are under attack from your government. This is an emergency alert. You are under attack from your government. This is an emergency alert. You are under attack from your government. This is an emergency alert. You are under attack from your government. This is an emergency alert. You are under attack from your government. This is an emergency alert. You are under attack from your government. This is an emergency alert. You are under attack from your government. This is an emergency alert. You are under attack from your government. This is an emergency alert. You are under attack from your government. This is an emergency.
Testing, testing, testing. This is a test. Stay in your homes. Impending doom is upon us from the Russians and the Chinese. It's not your own government. Howdy, friends. So I've got a few things lined up, and I want to be around when shit hits the fan, as it were. I'll share my screen. If anybody wants to come up, I'll probably open it up after 3 o'clock. There are a couple of things I want to point out. Firstly, this is the message. I'm hoping it's coming up. Emergency alert. On Sunday the 23rd of April, we will be testing our new emergency alert system, and you'll get an alert like this one on your mobile phone. You do not need to take any action if you don't want to. And happy St. George's Day to all my English brethren and sisterin. We need a banner to stand under, and I can't think of anything else really at the moment. Just for identification purposes, really. What else have I got on here? Oh, that's it. So happy St. George's Day, everybody. But it's quite odd that they picked 23rd of April, St. George's Day, to announce this. There's also a couple of other things. Today is, or was, I think, London Marathon Day. I'll quickly run through this. What time does the London Marathon start in 2023? All the links, or the links to all the things I feature here will be in the description. It's a challenge that thousands take part in each year, with even more watching from the comfort of their sofas. And even more probably not bothering. Okay, I'm not going to read through this, just because we've only just got over 20 minutes until the truth be known. So the actual race began at 9:30 a.m. and medals are only given to those who cross the finish line before 4:30 p.m. So I'm imagining that they're anticipating people will still be running at 3 o'clock when the alarms are due to go off. And that's just some bump about the marathon, which I'm really not interested in. Seems to me that the biggest charities that are funded by a lot of these people that do the runs are the cancer charities, and there's shitloads. We're talking over the course of how many years people have been running for charities, for cancer charities. They must have raised billions. Okay, and cancer cases are getting worse, without a doubt. So what's the point? What's the point? For those that run for hospices, etc., that's those that give respite to people that are dying from all the shit that's put in the food, and all the shit that's put in the air, and all the shit that's put in the water, and all the shit that's put in the medications, and all the shit that's put in the airwaves, like your old Gee Whiz, which has been proven to cause injury. Okay, that's that. Another thing, Premier League are so here. Right, for me. There are two games on. This began at 2 o'clock. Okay, so Okay, I'm back. I think I disappeared then. I think my browser got destroyed then. Maybe, and I did. Why didn't I get a government alert to say, Richard, your browser's just about to go down? Glory to Jesus, Emmanuel, everlasting Father. How do you do, my friend? Thank you for coming by. Imperialist, a test for mass compliance. Absolutely that. Yeah, one of them. I'm just resetting up again. I pretty much got bombed out then. And you'll have to bear with me again. And Paul, welcome, Paul. Good to see you as always. We're pretty much in the shit, I think, if we let it happen. But compliance is one of the things. It's part of the track and trace, I think. Is another one of the things. There's a few websites. I've got them, the government website. They do say a few things that contradict or contradicted in other reports. So, hey Zoo, brother, how you doing, my friend? You got to come on and have a chat later on. This is for you, Zoo. This one here. Happy St. George's Day, Zoo. Yeah. So I'm just pretty much kind of winging this at the moment. Good, yeah. Good to be seen, Zoo. And hello, James. Good morning. It's afternoon here. It's 14:43. So we've got 16 minutes until we get this emergency alert. Now, I'm going to go straight. Let me share the screen a minute. If switching your phone off, I don't think it actually stops the alert coming through. But this is a website here. How to switch off your phone. Now, fortunately, my phone is from 2015. I've had it, so I don't think it's updatable. But I don't think it's compatible. This is if you want to just, you got 15 minutes to get it switched off, because apparently, according to some reports, you need to push a button to pretty much accept the alert so you can move on and use your phone. Because I think it pretty much locks your phone unless you say, yes, I have received the alert. I'm really happy. Thank you very much, big brother, sister, he, them. 6:45 a.m. Wow. 6:45, James. PST. Is that Pacific South? Pacific? I don't know what I mean. Westminster Palace, but get the fuck out. Oh, absolutely, 100%. You know, your government don't give a fly. Right, I'll quickly get this out of the way. This is from this website. I'm triple checking. About emergency alerts. On Sunday the 23rd of April 2023 at 3 p.m, there will be a national test of the UK Emergency Alert Service. Emergency alerts is a UK government service that will warn you if there is a danger to life nearby. In an emergency, your mobile phone or tablet will receive an alert with advice about how to stay safe. Well, you know, I'm 58. We've done pretty well up to now. The government does not need to know your phone number or location to send you an alert. Now, I want you to remember that. They don't need to know your location to send you an alert. Okay? However, you may get alerts about severe flooding, fires, and extreme weather in your area. So they obviously need to know your location to know whether you're in danger of being severely flooded, or there's a forest fire because you live in, you know, a fire in a forest, or there's extreme weather. Emergency alerts will only be sent by the emergency services. Oh, nothing wrong with that, really. Government departments, agencies, and public bodies that deal with emergencies. What happens when you get an emergency alert? Your mobile phone or tablet may make a loud siren-like sound, even if it's set on silent, vibrate, and it will read out the alert. The sound of vibration will last for about 10 seconds. An alert will include a phone number or a link to the government.uk website for more information. You'll get alerts based on your current location, not where you live or work. You do not need to turn on location services to receive alerts. Well, that to me pretty much exposes the fact that they need to know your location, so your alert can be localized and personalized. And well, that's pretty much it. I'm not going to play that. What you need to do when you get an alert, stop what you're doing and follow the instructions in the alert. If you're driving or riding, when you get an alert, do not read or respond to an emergency alert while driving or riding. Find somewhere safe and legal to stop before reading the message. If there's nowhere safe and legal to stop and nobody else is in the vehicle to read the alert, you can listen to news on live radio to find out about the emergency. Now, for things like electromagnetic EMPs, that would be one of the reasons they would send you an alert, in which case your phone will be out of commission anyway. The Russians will be blamed. Recently, I've just been watching a few parliamentary debates, discussions, and there's a lot of pointing the finger for various things, including medical misinformation. Still on that old chestnut, pointing to the Kremlin and to Russia. So Russia have pretty much been set up as the fall guy for this, for what's to come. It's illegal to use a handheld device while driving or riding. If you cannot receive emergency alerts, congratulations. You have won a prize. It's called a little bit more freedom than your average Joe. Okay, now I've got two phones here. If you're deaf, hard of hearing, blind or partially sighted, hard luck, you will die. Alert languages. Emergency alerts will be sent in English. In Wales, they may also be sent in Wales, and in Scotland, well, tough. Apparently, according to the government, that's how much they care about you. But we know how much the British government care about you. The Scottish, pretty much just like a cash cow. And I think the British government are scared, pretty much scared of the British people now. We've got 10 minutes to go, so I just want to point this one out. This is Premier League fixture today. Now, there are two matches today. They both kicked off. Well, they were due to kick 2 o'clock. Okay. Now, what you've got to imagine is, let's say the average capacity would be, let's say, 50,000 people. Okay. So in these two matches here, Bournemouth versus West Ham, I can't imagine you can get much more south than Bournemouth in England on St. George's Day. I think this is going to be an attack on on England, if there is an attack. But you've got Bournemouth, which is pretty much about as south as you can get for Premier League teams. Okay, and then you've got Newcastle, which is pretty much about as north as you can get for Premier League teams. So they've got the length and breadth, the highest and the lowest points covered there. And then they've got West Ham and Spurs. Now, they're both London teams, okay? Now, London had the marathon today. There have been reports of devices getting put in drains by foreigners that come over on boats. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. I wasn't there. But that's one to note. But so if this kicked off, that says 49 minutes. So they kicked off at about 2 o'clock on the dot-ish. So either they're playing extra time. Now, if the alert goes off at 3 o'clock, that will go off during their half time, okay? I'm assuming they're still playing. Otherwise, that would say 45, wouldn't it? So they got 4 minutes extra time. They got 3 minutes extra time at the moment. But so what you got to imagine is 100,000 people in these two stadiums, at least, with the alerts going off all at the same time. Now, I think the reason for this is to induce panic, is to indoctrinate people with more fear, because we haven't really had a bit of a fear porn bomb for quite a while, have we? And I think it's something to do with what's coming later on in the year. I might be wrong, don't hold me to it, but I think there's another wave of medical tyranny on its way. I think this one will be real. But this is probably being set up for something along the lines of being able to track and trace and warn people to stay indoors, to not go out, to wear your face covering, to wear a tinfoil hat and a tinfoil suit because of the old G-Wiz. Because it's all interlinked, isn't it? You've got your cell phones, you've got chemtrails, which pretty much metalize the atmosphere. We've got the LED lights now, which pretty much all seem to be in place. Although I still got an old sodium tube outside my house, so I might be lucky. It might be God looking after me. I'm not watching the chat in a moment. Yeah, so I reckon it's half time here, and we've got. Let me triple check the time here. 53. So we've got 7 minutes. Now I've got a Samsung, whatever it is, Android, I think. It's a Google phone. I switched the notifications on. Now I might have switched notifications on prior to the old illness. Okay. But I don't think I'm compatible. I've also got given a fortnight ago. I got given a Huawei phone. It's one of those you can't take the battery out. Okay, you can't take the back off. You can't take the battery out. I think it's always running. Now somebody gave it to me. It's what's on it? Dual lens. It's got a really pretty good camera. But I just want to, and I've got both of mine switched on. I switched off the notifications for pretty much everything on my regular phone. My Samsung, which is a Vodafone phone. And let me go back to StreamYard to see what's happening. A lump hammer to the phone will sort any alerts. It's not so much, I don't think it's so much the alerts, it's as more to do with the frequencies. I think the frequencies have got a lot to do with it. You know, at some point, if you do not comply with them saying, right, you push the button or you cannot use your phone. Now, what I'm going to do is a bit closer to the time, I'm going to open up my window and I'm going to open up my front door just and stick my ear out. In fact, I'm also going to stick my phone out and record it just to hear if there are any idiots out there that don't understand. All I watch is either tapes or CDs. Well, I still watch, listen to wax cylinders. That's my thing, wax cylinders. We want you, big brother. It's, you know, it's pretty much predictable, isn't it? Everything's so predictable. Everything to a lump hammer is a nail. Yeah. But it depends on whether you know people know how to use a lump hammer or not. All I watch. Right. So I'm going through these. I've been a bit neglectful there, but there's one built-in Big Brother on all of it. And this is the thing. What's that one say? Idris, is it? What's that say? This harmic life. Is that it? Is that right? False evidence appealing real. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. It's fear porn. That's what it is. You know, can you imagine 150,000 people when their alarms go off? You know, hopefully, I mean, if this is the thing, if all the football fans in the country stood up, there's going to be very, very few that would actually stand up and protect children against child abuse. Okay, so you've got 100,000. How many teams are there? Let's say there's 20 teams, 100,000. That's 2 million people that go to football. You can multiply that by 4 in this country, and that's just in England. So you've got, let's say you've got 10 million people that are avid watchers and fans of football and actually actively go out. If all we need are those 10 million people to say, listen, we see the truth, but they don't. They don't. And I might get shut down for saying this name, but Tommy Robinson was one of those that garnered a lot of support when he was standing up against child grooming gangs in Telford and Rotherham. Most of the support in the streets on the marches were from what I would class as football fans. Okay, there's that. Now I'm quickly going to. This is one from BBC. Consider a system. What is it, and when is the test? Today is the test. You can allow. Right, we know all that. The government says the new system is a vital tool to keep the public safe in life-threatening emergencies. We've done pretty well up to now, and every life-threatening emergency that we've come across has got something to do with the government. What will the message say? Which devices will receive alerts? Now, this is quite important. It will work on 4 and 5G phone networks, all of them. All of them are in on it. And this is what I say about spiritual wickedness in high places. You do not get to have a monopoly on anything, be it supermarkets, be it phone systems, unless you comply with the WEF, I guess, World Economic Forum. Phones running on iOS or later, that doesn't mean much to me, but I don't think I've got that. And those running on Android 11 or later, you will get it. Older non-smartphones will be unable to receive the alerts. Well, I think that's me, because I've had mine for 7 or 8 years now. And normal devices that are turned off or on airplane mode. Now, there's a contradiction on another report I've read. I've left it a bit late. I was going to go live at 2, but now the time is 14:59. Okay, so I've got 2 phones sitting here. I'm going to open up my window. I have opened this window for a very long time. I'm going to set my camera on to record. Now, that's 3 o'clock there. Both my phones, neither of my phones, my regular phone, nothing. This Huawei one, which doesn't have a SIM card in it, I'm not going to be using it as a phone, just because you can't take the battery out. That hasn't gone off. It's got a camera that can record. I don't know. I did a test recording. It was 2 hours plus the other day. I just switched it off because I got bored. But so that's 3 o'clock coming gone. Has anybody? Let me go back to this chat. Has anybody had it? Have I got the right day? Waiting for the alert on me old £10. You got an old? Hey Paul, how you doing, my friend? You got I got a few of those. I've got. Is it a Nokia 3610? I've still got one of those in my well, I don't know, in a drawer somewhere. Bing, 7 a.m. Yeah. Another thing I'm interested in is no alert here. Parsnip. How you doing, my friend? I wonder if let me have a look at YouTube a minute. Just to see if there's any reports of anybody's phone's going off. Right. This is my add-ons on my browsers. Now, if you want to block ads, there's that. And if you want this one, return YouTube dislike, you can get that for your browser. Okay. YouTube and see any updates on here. English police are stunning and brave. Yeah. Right. Breaking news. An hour ago, 2 hours ago. Right. Let me see. Emergency alerts or alerts. Watch Live as government tests emergency alert system for the first time. Yeah, I'll stick away from. See, I'm not the only idiot. We're not the only idiots in here that, you know, have watched 1984. But it's going that way, I think. How do we kick back though? Just say Nokia on the phone. That'll do. Is that the one you use now, Paul? Is it? That's really cool. That. Well, mine didn't go off, so I'm. It's 15:04 here. 4 minutes past 3. I didn't hear anything outside, so maybe it was all a load of bullshit. Maybe. Right, I'm gonna. If anybody if I'm gonna invite anybody out that wants to chat because we've gone past it. Now, if you don't want to chat, don't bother. I'm just gonna sit here and wait until I get a report of anything going on. But for those that are interested in football, second half, I reckon we're there in half time there. Let's go back to YouTube. There's links to that's me there. Yeah. So there's links to all of these. This one, how to turn off, you know, and even if even if it's too late now, and if that isn't your phone, an iPhone, whatever, just get prepared. I can't imagine anybody in in the chat there is going to not know this. Really. Even the trolls that do come along, surely they know the truth. Let's refresh that. Drivers handed urgent warning before UK-wide test of new emergency phones emergency siren. It's a shame, really, because I was quite interested in hearing it. So there's a lot going on. There's a link to all of these things, all these tabs I've got open. Despite the government strongly recommending enabling devices to receive alerts, users can opt out. Oh, I want to show something else as well. Now, there's a film called Kingsman. Okay, let me come back here a minute. There's a film called Kingsman. Right, I want to address that comment there a minute, James, because I've maintained that over the last 3 years, England, Britain, apart from North Wales, I think they got it quite bad. I'm not sure so much about Scotland, but I think they had like quite a dictatorial agenda government. But England, I think we got away really, really lightly over the last the initial stages of the lockdowns, etc. We got away with really lightly. And I mentioned to somebody, I don't know, a week ago or something about every country's got an agenda. If you look at what happened in Australia, which was quite abhorrent, really, the police, militarized police, actually firing on people that just wanted to go and work. New Zealand, Canada. I'm not sure about America. I think probably the worst place that did get attacked by their own government via the police was Australia, and places like India and Pakistan, etc. You know, but they're savage over there anyway. Which is probably why they're coming over here, because they know how soft this country is. And that's another thing is, let me go on about this film. It's called The Kingsman. Okay. And I urge anybody to watch it. It's a bit sort of flamboyant. It's Hollywood bullshit, but dramatics. But there's this. Hopefully this will play. I got this slowed down. Now, if I give the bear with me a minute, I'll explain this. So, Alexandra, welcome. Hello. Injexia. Oh, you replied. James, why are you ignoring me? Uncool Paranoia. Australia is pretty bad. Absolutely, yeah. And you know, the footage I've seen, I've got some YouTube friends that have become, you know, very good friends actually over 5 years, something like that. Bit update on what's really going on, like even the use of EMP weapons on protesters in Canberra and places like that. Police firing on people, you know, rubber bullets or not, it's irrelevant. You know, that is motion to war, really. You know, even if I went up to somebody in the street and threw a rolled up bit of paper at them, that would be assault. Or if threw a cotton bud at them and it hit them, that would be assault. You know, and rubber bullets are not designed for anything other than to put the fear into people and to harm and to disable. So, you know, Kingsman was a very useful film to watch. It pretty much sets up what is possible. And there's another thing, and it's all to do with frequencies and how people's perceptions, people's minds can be influenced by frequencies in the air. Okay, and this was demonstrated in this movie, Kingsman. And there's also something that in Rwanda there was something called Operation Crimson Mist, and I'll get that up in a little bit. But that was the influence of weapons by the American government to cause people to go mad, really, and over 1 million people died because of it. So I think the biggest fear we've got is going to be a combination. Obviously, you know, chemtrails cannot be denied. What they do is it's beyond my technical knowledge, for one thing. We need an expert on there, or somebody that is made it their lifelong ambition, lifelong, let's call it chore, is to research these things. But 5G, once that's rolled out, it would be like synthesizer. It'd be like playing a synthesizer. Really, they can move the frequencies up and down. And but I just got this from it's from the Kingsman. This is after everybody had except for, and for those that haven't actually seen it, there's one guy, I can't remember who it was, Samuel Jackson or someone like that, that actually, and it's fundamentally it's based on climate change and the eradication of people to ease the pressure on the world, okay, the ecosystem of the world. So what this guy done is given away free SIM cards that give everybody free phone use, free internet, free this and free that. And once everybody, as a human race is, are quite tempted by things that are free in the main. Most people had actually got one of these free mobile phones. Okay. And at a certain point, when they're all tucked up in their bunkers, the special ones, okay, like your Bill Gates and your Schwabs, when they're all tucked up in their bunkers, they actually activate this worldwide system. Now, the worldwide system is actually run off of satellites, okay, up in space, apparently. But they don't need satellites. Satellites are a hoax. When you've got triangulation with cell towers, you don't need a satellite because the energy runs right up through a cell tower and is linked via LED lights, street lights, which is why all of a sudden everywhere on Earth is getting these LED street lights, all in the name of saving the planet. But I want to play this a minute. This is when, at a time when they activate this this cell phone alert. Okay, hold it. I've got to. It's quite an eerie sound, really, but I've got to change the settings on the sound, otherwise you can't hear it, which is a bit annoying. But I don't know whether it's just me.
The signals.
Okay. So there's a few things in that. Firstly, I don't know where the sound come out. London, how you doing, my friend? Did you get an alert today? It's 15:16 now, 3:15. So I'm pretty much by Injexia. Yeah, I'm dyslexic. Sorry. Oh, I'm not. I didn't laugh at that. Dyslexia. You can still chat there. Oliver Egg Robinson. No alerts, bro. Good. Good. I wonder if I didn't hear anything out in the street. I live in a cul-de-sac. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's about 20 people in my cul-de-sac. It's a very tight community. I didn't hear one go off. I'm just checking my phone here. I've still got a signal. It's still 4G. Yeah. Has anybody heard any? If anybody wants to come up for a chat, because I'd like to. Rwanda, Iraq, Crimson Mist, soon to be rolled out. Absolutely. This is what I think. And I've long maintained that, firstly, well, if you go back to the war, and the changing of the frequencies from Hitler's speeches from 432 hertz to 440 hertz, which is like an more aggressive frequency, in my understanding. I'm not a technician. I'm not a scientist. Schmientist. But I'm not laughing at your dyslexia, Injexia. It just sort of dawned on me what your name was, Injexia. No, I'm not. I don't laugh at anybody, apart from those that are trying to do us ill and thinking they're doing it stealthily when it's pretty much apparent. It's predictable. It's too predictable, which might be by design, actually. That's me mum there calling. Hello, mum. I'm on the internet at the moment. Can I call you back a bit later on? Yeah, it might be an hour or something like that.
Yeah?
Did you get the alert?
Not on my phone, no, because I only got a little small rookie one.
Good.
The girls, I was at work and just having a little gossip, and they were waiting until 3 o'clock. They said we got this alert coming through, so yeah. I did wait, but it was sort of summoning nothing, wasn't it, at the time?
I don't know. I didn't get my switched on mine off.
No, it was nothing. It was just, and then it came up about a message about, this is an alert for if there's a major incident or something like that, you know.
So it has happened then?
The alert, the practice one, yeah.
Yeah.
3 o'clock it was, yeah.
So it did happen?
Yeah.
All right.
All right then?
All right, mum.
Yeah.
How are you, all right?
Yeah, how about you? You all right?
Yeah, I'm good, mum. I'm good now.
Yeah, you sound better than what you did.
Yeah, my back's pretty much as good as
I was thinking about coming down with you Wednesday.
Yeah. Can I call you later on, then? I'm on a live chat at the moment. All right, then.
Yeah, my phone might be switched off because depending who's around.
All right. Well, I'll send you a text message and then you can call me back when you're ready.
Yeah, all right then.
All right, mum.
All right, yeah. All right then.
I love you, mum.
Okay.
I love you. Stay safe. Stay safe.
Yeah,
bye. Bye. Okay, so that's quite coincidental. That was me mum. Thank you, Injexia. Thank you, Injexia. I love you. Thank you. This is another one. Yeah, well said, James. And here's a thing. There's a video that I uploaded. I uploaded it on YouTube about 2 years ago now, about the correlation between the symptoms of the illness and the symptoms of radiation poisoning or radiation toxicity from cell towers and cell phones. And they're identical. They're identical. And YouTube deleted it for medical misinformation, despite the fact that it was from the NHS, the report on the illness, from the long illness, the symptoms, which has included everything that radiation toxicity. So this is why I think when they ramp up the 5G, which might coincide with flu season, okay, maybe Octoberish, sometime, they've got something to blame. They've got the illness, the flu, to blame for when they ramp up the 5G. That's my theory. That's my conspiracy theory at the moment. 5G, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely that. But like I say, I've got a video up on you. It's up on BitChute now. YouTube took mine down. It was up for well over, I don't know, it was up for about 18 months before they cottoned on. In fact, I'll put a link. Actually, for anybody that's interested, if you go to my channel, in the top, on the banner at the top, the drain banner, on the right hand side, there are links to my BitChute. I think I've got a Twitter account up there as well. I don't really use it, but there's a video called let me find it. I'll put a link in. I might get it. This might end up getting a spank, this, but So apparently, according to my mum, who just phoned, so my phone is working. I didn't receive an alert, either because my phone's old, out of date, or because I switched notifications on. Yeah, gee whiz. I call it chemtrail gee whiz fluvid 23. I think that's what's coming, because there's a reason why they're metallizing the sky. 2023 will be a big year. Gigahertz. Yeah, the gigas do hurt. Why are they called gigahertz? Bigger gigahertz. Let me find my video. It's just a correlation between the illness and gee whiz. So, and then I haven't had the, here's one thing I've been a bit concerned about. I've had quite heavy operations for an illness I've had probably for about 7 years now. And so I've been under the knife over the last 7 years. Okay. And just because I haven't gone and voluntarily asked for something to be put in my body doesn't mean I haven't actually done it. And I have noticed probably over the last 18 months or 2 years, I am susceptible to being able to sense frequencies. I've had radiotherapy. I had a month of radiotherapy going back, so I'm familiar with how radiation works in the radiotherapy field, how it does affect the environment. Because I have my phone probably about 30 feet away from where I was, because I was recording a couple of sessions, and the phone was buzzing, okay, at certain points. So the big thing, I think the biggest thing we got to worry about is the old gee whiz, really. So I've got this here, okay, and I'm going to put a link to it in here. if anybody's interested. If anybody wants to come up and I just have a chat, please do. If anybody, you know, I mean, I'm interested to know whether anybody abroad, like in America, I don't know whether there's anybody watching from Australia or anywhere like that, that have actually had these alerts sent out themselves in their own countries. But like I say, at some point they had to move in this country to implement something because we got away really, really lightly, you know, in this country. So let's have a look how the football's doing, eh? Wait. Oh, hold it. Let's get up here. Let me refresh that then. Yeah, so that's pretty much it, really. I just want to see what would happen. And I'm so pleased that none of you lot have had the alert. You know, it's good to know that we're not alone in the world with eyes that can see. I think the most important thing now is to spread our conspiracies out there. Really, spread what we know. Oh, I'm going to go back to firstly. Let's go back and see. So, Newcastle 6-1 against Spurs, mighty Spurs, 69 minutes. So, according to me, mum, it didn't sound like a fear porn thing, but it sort of sows a seed, doesn't it? Now, there's something in this here. I've switched the volume off, but there's something in this I want to point out. Okay, now this is the first time they've activated, and everybody on this beach go mad. Everybody in this stadium, all the alerts are going off. Look, there's a church in it that right. What does that say? Here on that phone is a V. V is 5 in Roman numerals. Okay. I think it stands for something like Valentine or something, but that is a V. And in the movie V for Vendetta, it was called V for Vendetta because the main character, V, was in a cell number 5, which is V. Okay. So is this some sort of predictive programming again? I think it is. There's no doubt that's a V. And can I read what that says? Not really. I think it's something like Valentine or something. And then this lady here, V. What does that say? It says something like Valerie or something. Bear with me. Valentine, it says. Valentine. Now, this lady, because the frequency had got to her, it turned her into a head case, okay? She went mad. Now, her son had told her to lock her daughter in the bathroom and hide the key because he knew that what was coming was going to affect the minds of those that actually got the frequency, okay? And after this, the lady then tried to, she did actually break the door down, by which time the signal had been switched off. Okay, but she was prepared to murder her own child. That's the premise. But it's called the Kingsman or Kingsman. I think there's a link in the description to the film Kingsman. That's where the signal turns people wild. Yeah. Yeah, Operation Crimson Mist. Let me have a look here a minute. Forget what it's called now. There you go. This might bang me out really because I've got right. I'm going to get rid of all these. There are links to these. Really, I mean, I was going to make a video with all this, but I just really couldn't be arsed. That's your government letting you know. I'll keep the football up. Now this here is Operation Crimson Mist. I've got to think about how to get rid of these. Not responding. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm not keeping my eye on the chat. Well, I'll just switch my phone on and airplane mode off, and all's good. I'll tell you what they will glean from all this is those that are compliant and those that aren't. And because the government are in cahoots with the phone companies, all that information, will be analysed. Those that are a problem, that's you, Paul, now. Plus, you ain't paid your council tax, like me. Yeah. Hello, Lone Prepper. How are you doing, my friend? Yeah. Valentine, the villain from Kingsman. Yeah. But if you've seen it, to me, I think it was there's a channel called Funky Prepper, and he pointed it out. So I did actually find it. There is a copy available on. There is a link in the description of this live stream to be able to watch the video. I think you got to buy it or rent it on YouTube. But there is a link to one that you can watch for nothing. I was looking for a film where it gives everyone phones and then turns on signals. Well, that's the one, Dan, called Kingsman, and it's in the description. There's a link in the description. It's called Kingsman, and also I think in my on my community tab, I think it might have been my last post was about certain things. This is what it was, yeah. Yeah. Now let me share this a minute. Operation Crimson Mist. How can I make it massive? won't dwell too much on this. There is a link actually, and it's in the pin in a comment I made on or post I made on my community tab, a link to this PDF, which you can download. Operation Crimson Mist. Can I make it bigger? Yes, I can. That's a bit big, huh? Right. Okay, Operation Crimson Mist. Electronic slaughter in Rwanda. Spooks now use technology in Baghdad that was proven on 1 million dead Africans in Rwanda by Joe Vials. Okay. Original title, American Mind Control in Baghdad, Operation Crimson Mist. During the late afternoon of the 6th of April 1994, a hail of cannon shells tore through the fuselage of a commercial airliner flying overhead central Rwanda. Several seconds later, the blazing plane exploded on impact with the ground, killing President Habyarimana of Rwanda, President of Burundi, and most of their senior government officials. In the fatal millisecond of time, the entire political command structure of Central Africa was decapitated, leaving the way open for Operation Crimson Mist. Oh, that's interesting. So perhaps if the government decide, right, now's the time to go into the bunkers, there could be a false flag. Maybe like the House of Parliament get blew up when they're having their, little knees up. The most obscene terminal mind control experiment ever mounted by the United States of America against a sovereign nation. That Crimson Mist has been used again recently on a smaller scale in Iraq and is now beyond doubt. As this guy and his colleagues made their death dive, a small group of American men and women lounged around in a large hut at the edge of a discreet gravel airstrip a few miles from the Rwandan capital, Kigali, temporary home for their 3 unmarked C-130 Hercules transport planes. All crew members carried forged credentials, showing them as atmospheric researchers. Oh, atmospheric researchers. Employed by an authentic civilian American agency, but these were only for emergency identification if one of the aircraft was forced to make an unscheduled landing on unfriendly territory. For all practical security purposes, neither they nor their 3 large aircraft were even in Africa. When news of the presidential crash came in over the VHF radio, one of the Hercules planes was swiftly prepared for takeoff. The flight engineer checked the attachment of the RATO, rocket-assisted takeoff packs, while the scientists made final adjustments to a large microwave dish mounted on the rear loading ramp of the aircraft. It was this strange and esoteric piece of equipment that would directly contribute to the deaths of more than 1 million African civilians during the 100 days that followed. Though completely silent in operation, the single microwave dish had more killing potential than a whole squadron of AC-130 Spectre. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Gunships armed with 50 Gatling cannons. Okay, that's it there. I mean, this could all be bullshit, really. You never know. willing to commit mass murder. Though officially tagged an experiment, none of those present had any doubt that this was merely a cosmetic cover for the gruesome operational work ahead. Each member had been carefully vetted and then vetted again by US intelligence to ensure they had the right stuff and were philosophically committed to two objectives. First was the evolving need to control or eliminate political dissent. That's me. By remote means in the run-up to the 21st century, and second was the need to stem or reverse massive population increases across the world, which threatened to overwhelm existing natural resources, especially water and food. Intrinsically, this required a willingness to commit mass murder, and everyone present had passed that critical test with flying colours. Now, the overwhelming threat on water will always be water, will it not? If you get a glass of water, clean, you drink it, you piss it out and you sweat it out, the same amount of water exists. It's just recycled. Okay? And food, well, people are just too greedy, really, and wasteful. As the Hercules engine started with a roar, American agents in Kigali were working alongside local civil servants and members of the Rwandan Security Service, ramping up public suspicion about foul play in the presidential air crash. Urged on by corrupt officialdom, Hutu tribesmen started marching on Tutsi tribesmen and threw a few rocks at them. Innocent enough at the outset, although with a few nasty machete cuts here and there. But then the C-130 Hercules made a carefully calculated pass directly over the advancing Hutu, and then they suddenly went berserk. Eyes glazed, the mood of the Houthi crowd went from single anger to uncontrollable rage, and within minutes, hundreds of assorted Tutsi body parts were flying through the air. Well, I wasn't going to read too much of this, but creating electronic rage. What the Hercules crew had just achieved had been an open secret since the late 50s. Wow, so that's like 70 years. They've had to perfect this. And I think the final nail was just people compliance with having 5G towers put up, which they actually was a mass rollout of putting up 5G towers in Great Britain, and I think in America I've seen some people in 2020 at the height of the lockdown. Okay. And I've got footage of a confrontation I had with some masked putter-uppers that had two security guards with them to protect them from the public. I got it on video. What the Hercules crew had just achieved had been an open secret since the late 50s, when researchers accidentally discovered that there was precise control brainwave for literally everything we do and for everything we feel. The problem back then was that each of these controlled brainwaves, rage, fear, panic, lethargy, vomiting, and so on, had to be transmitted with an accuracy taken out to 3 decimal places, or they simply did not work at all. But as the years rolled by, and with the advent of transistors and microprocessors, the operational application of precise controlled brainwaves became practical reality. Okay? Something's gonna happen. Something's gonna happen that they're going to blame the Chinese. They're going to blame the Russians for. That is going to be some sort of medical emergency that is going to be caused by gee whiz. Am I still alive? Yes, I'm still alive. Alexandra, bye. I just want to read through this actually because I think it's important for people to know what to expect and how, you know, if you know what to expect, at least you've got a chance to research what we can do to protect ourselves. And then the other thing is to know what to do to unify ourselves, to get rid of all these divides. You know, I imagine that there's a big divide between Bournemouth and West Ham at the moment, and there's a massive divide between Newcastle and Spurs at the moment, 6-1 at 69 minutes. These things are put in place to divide us, to tribalize us. You know, it's a very, very clever plan, but it's only clever if it fools people, and if it doesn't fool everybody, those that can actually see through it are clever enough to actually realize it, and those that are even cleverer than the clever that can see through it and can actually come up with ideas in which to tackle the problem. You know, like, what's a 5G tower? Well, it's pretty much a massive long tube made of metal that contains wiring, and at the base of it there is an electrical source that is wire coated in plastic that you know, rock, paper, scissors, fire, plastic. Let's have a game of that. You know, it's important to note here that the lethal trick repeated hundreds of times by the C-130 Hercules in Rwanda during April to July, January, April, May, June, July, that's 3 months, in 1994, was not classic mind control in the ultimate conspiratorial meaning of the term, i.e. where people claim to hear complicated messages inside their heads. So it's not God told me to do it. Okay, that's what it's saying there. Or where it is feared that the NSA or similar intended to turn everyone into helpless zombies by implanting electronic chips in their arms or necks. Wow. This is from 1996, I think. So they were on about the mark of the beast back then. Right hander in the forehead. What the C-130 crew were actually engaged in was electromagnetically augmenting. Remember that? I want to copy that a minute and get it here. Bang it in here. There's a link for this. I'll actually put a link to this in the description. There's a wasp outside my window. Electromagnetically augmenting a pre-existing state. Remember that the agents and security service personnel first had to point to Hutu tribesmen in the direction of the Tutsi, induce reasonable anger, yeah, and make sure they were appropriately armed, yeah, like during the riots in America, when there was a lot of piles of bricks turned up on street corners for no apparent reasons. Do you remember that? Anybody? Surely people remember it. And then anger was induced on the demonstrating and protesting mobs. I'm wondering if that's anything to do with it. They had to point the Hutu tribesmen in the direction because they were attacking police stations, etc., weren't they? I don't know. Surely everybody would have seen that. Induce reasonable anger and make sure they were appropriately armed. Only then could the C-130 go to work with the precise controlled brainwave of rage, augmenting and thus upgrading crowd behaviour from that of angry demonstrators to uncontrollable genocidal maniacs. Not classic, this was and is unquestionably mind control. But that's for the simple reason that external means were being used to force an irresistible change in behaviour. An irresistible change in behaviour. Irresistible. And that is demonstrated in the movie Kingsman, when the main Kingsman, who was aware of what was going to happen, could not resist it and ended up murdering a trailer load of people. That he was, he was actually caught up in that wave, that manufactured wave put through the phones. For those who really want to know how governments or agencies change public behaviour on a whim, the explanation is not too complicated. Though obtaining details of the classified controlled brain frequencies is all but impossible. Various academics have actually demonstrated some of these effects quasi-publicly over the years, which provides hard reality for skeptics. Okay. I'm going to leave a link to this because it's long. Delivery of controlled brainwaves by modulating microwave beam. You see, all this is a bit foreign to me. Talking of foreign, don't let me forget this. This needs studying, and I'm not going to take time to study it now. But I think you get the idea there that it is possible for certain frequencies to manipulate the behavior of people. Okay. And the tinfoil hat brigade, there's something, firstly, it's not tinfoil, it's aluminium foil. There are two different elements. Aluminium does actually stop waves. Okay. So I think the tinfoil hat conspiracy those that laugh at tinfoil hat wearers, I think that has been introduced to ridicule the idea, just so people don't consider it as being a valid and valuable asset to know and have. That aluminium foil does stop the reception of cell phone waves, because Rob Wild and me did an experiment live on a live stream where I wrapped my phone in aluminium foil and it didn't go off. Okay, so the aluminium foil, just research it, just try it. What have you got to lose? Another thing I would say is start collecting water, even if it's tap water. Okay, collect every bottle you can, preferably glass, but even those plastic 2-litre bottles, pop bottles, I collect them from my neighbours. I don't use it, and just to store water in. And start now. What you need to do is, if you're collecting tap water, is leave the top off for a day or two, just so the chlorine can evaporate, the gases that they use in there, just so it can evaporate. And then if you have the ability to be able to distill water, look it up. It's not difficult. There's something about the Berkeley water filter that I'm going to probably upload a very quick video after this, actually, because if you've got a Berkeley water filter, there's something I think you should know, and I'll upload that. I'll work on that after this. It'll take me an hour or so. Yeah, oh, that's another thing you mentioned about birds. I missed a lot of the comments here. I do apologise, but birds. Now, this time of year, I've got bird feeders outside my front window that I have seen one small bird, and it was a great tit, okay, that come, hopped in the hedge, and then flew off again. But generally, this time of year, now we're in the throes of spring. Now, birds generally have started nesting already. I'm inundated with sparrows outside my front window. I've got what they call it, fennel, wild fennel that grows outside my front window, and they absolutely love the seeds of that. I've got bird feeders out there, and all the sparrows have disappeared from my area. All the blue tits and the other tits, great tits that fly around, they've all disappeared. All the small birds have disappeared. There are a few pigeons around. There are a few ravens or rooks or crows, whatever they are, and magpies around. Occasionally, a few gulls fly over. But this has happened since they stuck that mast up the road, and then they installed pretty much every single street lamp with LEDs. Okay, so I don't know whether anybody else is experiencing that. I'm down the country, but sparrows are gone. Sparrows have disappeared. So birds, yeah, I remember. EMP, a paint tin to stop electromagnetic. Well, here's a question: does steel actually stop the electromagnetic pulse because it's magnetic? Is it only like aluminium or even maybe even copper, metals that aren't magnetic? That's what I'm sort of thinking about, is which metals are protective and which ones aren't, which ones will make it worse. Like if you stuck your head in a big metal can to protect it from these frequencies, will it actually enhance it? You know, but for me, aluminium foil has been proven to work. So does steel act like a Faraday cage? Does it? Only if it's grounded. I might be wrong there, but I'm guessing. When you mention or when Faraday cage is mentioned, I think of Tesla sat next to that cage with all the lightning, but that was grounded. Whereas if you're sat on your sofa with a painting on your head, a steel painting, you're not grounded, are you? So copper, silver, and several others work well. Yeah, it's what they've actually done with this emergency alert is they pretty much made it known to me anyway that they're seriously up to something, and what they want a little bit further down the line, I reckon later on in the year, because they can blame it on a seasonal illness. So they can send out these alerts just for people that like myself. I haven't got a television. It could also be part of track and trace. I've actually got that video. I've actually got that video somewhere. In fact, I'm going to get it up and play it now. I'm missing all the chat. If anybody wants to come up, there's a link somewhere in the chat just to have a chat. Birds falling from the sky. Oh, there you go. Bear with me. I think it's a silent movie as well, so That's another one, Paul. You know, for people that are of a certain age, anybody that's over, let's say 30, really, because, you know, anybody that's over 30 will remember clear blue skies. Anybody under 30 means they probably had about 20 years of being aware, you know, from the age of like 10, you know, cognitively switched on. People that are over 30 remember these things. Like exactly that, you know, the insects on the windscreen and on the headlights and on the bonnet, and yeah, absolutely, I'd forgotten about that. Yeah, it's been like that for a long time, Paul. Yeah. Let me show this a minute. I don't think there's any sound to this. Security footage captures moment flock of birds crash into the ground on a Mexican street. It's a silent one, this. Whoa. What? It's not funny, mate. It's not funny. What caused that? And they're pretty much, look at this one on the roof here. Something smacked them. And then they fly off. That is like having a spank. That's like being tasered, that. There, look at these hopping over here. They can't get off the ground. This one here, look. Fucked. That one dead. I'm going to play that again. Okay. I'll have a link to this somewhere. Hold it. Let me alter the speed. Place. Oh. I'll play that slow. And they all downed it in exactly the same spot. These around here. Let me play it again. Right. So they're flying up here, look. Right. Now, all in the same spot. That's shocking, that. That's heartbreaking. That's heartbreaking, that. And it seems to be when they went over this here or this here. It's heartbreaking, isn't it? Honestly. They all fell. Here. Oh, that breaks my heart, that. Honestly. Yeah, mosque. Oh yeah, talking about mosquitoes. And going back to Operation Crimson Mist, when they pit one tribe against another tribe. okay, and arm them, weaponize them. So what you've got is we've been pretty much by the acts of our government, NATO, the alliance and military alliances with you know, Iraq, Iran, Libya, all these places, Syria. They actually deem us, the people, as the enemy, okay, because of the actions of the government. So what we got now is we've got these immigrants, okay, coming over on boats, not as families. These are predominantly blokes, okay, young blokes in their 20s, late teens, 20s. That firstly, if you're fleeing a country because of the harm that's happening over there, if you're open for whatever they call it when you just leave your country, why have they left their families? Is this the action of brave men? That's assuming they've all got wives and children and family, mothers. Why are they leaving all their family behind? And then coming over here in swabs without resistance from the government. Okay. Is it possibly because it is part of a plan, much aligned with Crimson Mist, that these people think nothing of, you know, if they want your house, they'll chop your head off for it, as long as they don't get into trouble. That is what is going to happen. Okay. Possibly. That was a case. That was something that was isolated in 10 square yards, 20 square yards, whatever it was. No moths either. Yeah. Yeah. So, well, that's it. That's emergency alert day over with. That Crimson Mist is well worth a read, because I think it's part of the plan. It's part of the weaponry. Is that ability to you've got the fear porn element, and that is just inducing fear in people through suggestion, like your news and your emergency alerts. Then you've got the manipulation of the thought waves. So, you know, just some things to bear in mind, really. But I would say if you just start saving water, okay? Just start saving water. And food, it's growing season now. The best thing you can store long term isn't stuff in a freezer, because if there's an EMP attack, all electronics will go down. So if you've got a shitload of food stored in your freezer, you need to look at a way of preserving it for a longer period, which might mean dehydrating it, which might mean canning. Research it beforehand, but expect the worst. Prepare for the worst. It's called risk assessment. Something's happening. This alert popping out of the blue just to warn of flooding or earthquakes. How many earthquakes, devastating earthquakes, do we get in this country? Not a lot. I think it's going to be for medical reasons myself. to get everybody locked up again. But this time it'll be something that's real and associated with GWiz 5G. I think they're doing. I got a text message here from, and I'll read it out. Oh, it's coronation time coming up soon, isn't it? As well. So when's the coronation? I can't remember. And this is the way I see it. If we look at Revelation, no, if we look at, I think it's flipping out. A P, begins with P. My mind, oh gosh, am I under attack with a mind, something that's making me forget? For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Okay, spiritual wickedness in high, that wasn't verbatim. The spiritual wickedness in high places. Now, as the monarchy, that is the governor of the Commonwealth, which includes Australia, New Zealand, Canada, some African nations, a lot of other countries. They've got dominion. The British monarchy have dominion over the Commonwealth, which is a lot of people. Okay. Now, officially, Charlie is not the king. So the monarchy, the Commonwealth, does not have a head of state. Okay, officially, until such time as he is crowned on his coronation. Let me have a look when it is. Coronation Street. Okay. May 6th. May the 6th. 6th of May. 65223. Okay, 6th of May. So the 6th of May, when Charles is made the head of the Commonwealth officially, uh, 6th of May. Once he is made an official king, the way I look at it is every high place, that is every place that has a given authority, okay, like the World Economic Forum, the World Health Organization, NATO, all these, you got even your government. The monarchy is the last high place, and currently it does not have anybody at the top. Okay, that's just something to bear in mind. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but what we're wrestling against is, Satan is known as the prince of the airwaves, and the airwaves carry phone signals, funny enough. So, right, if nobody, I don't really know what to say anymore. I'll quickly whip through. Let me firstly, let's have a look at what the score is in the football. I'm not interested in football. It's gone all poncy, and I don't think there's one British football team that's owned by Britain. But hello, Danielle. Saturday, 6th of May, 2023. Danielle Mayer. Saturday, 6th of May, 2023, King Charles coronation. So until that time, the monarchy is without an official head of state. Okay. And there's been a lot going on in Parliament as well that I'm working my way through. There was a petition opposing the World Health Organization being the only source of medical advice that all governments should take. So there was a petition campaigning against that, which we're still working through. I'm sort of recording it. It was quite long. Again, there's mention of Russia. Again, as seems to have happened quite a lot recently, is the mention in Parliament of the words conspiracy theorist. Yeah. Well, I missed the emergency alert. I didn't realise I didn't hear anything outside. I don't think it was. I was expecting like where is it? I was expecting something like this. And this is what I was expecting. Which is what it is. They hate us. Your government hates us. The government hates us. Literally. They hate us. Eye for an eye is the best policy. Well, I'm not really so sure about retaliating like that, because all it is like batting a ball over. It's like a game of tennis, isn't it? Violence never stops violence. War doesn't stop wars. You know, the best thing we can do is we can take these dishonorable, unrighteous people that do things against the people, treason, it should be remembered, and just take them out of influence, take them out of, firstly, harm's way for their own protection, and secondly, just lock them up, stick them on an island somewhere on their own, out of influence's way, and let the people be reborn. Let them realize that no, we don't need the government to tell us how to be, you know. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Defending. Yeah, I'm not into this. I'm not waiting for Jesus to come back to save me from somebody ramming, kicking me door in. If they got a gun, there's very little I can do to protect myself against a gun. So I'll probably rely on God then to let me work through me and let me put a bit of sense into somebody that's about to murder me. But if somebody comes at me with a machete, and I know they're going to come at me with a machete, and I've got a chance of defending myself, yeah, I'm not going to let somebody murder me. It's the same with anybody in the streets, if I seen somebody getting grabbed outside, I'd run outside and do what I could to help them. I'm not going to wait for Jesus to turn up or God to turn up and say, listen, stop that. Yeah. I think you'll find we've been under attack. Well, in Britain, I've ironically, in 1984, the 1980s, when Margaret Thatcher came to power, was 1979, I think, something like that. But when she put made the police violently go against the Yorkshire miners, that was a big, massive stepping stone from being just in what the government are prepared to do, and more importantly, what the police were prepared to do, and that's beat people up that were trying to defend their right to work. And then what we end up doing, we end up importing coal. So we've been constantly under attack, and it's a manipulation of people. It's a manipulation of people from school age, as soon as they come out of the womb. In fact, actually, while they're in the womb, mothers are subjected to nasty chemicals, and then from being born, children are given nasty chemicals, given nasty information at school, and indoctrinated with evil. So it's ramped up in 2020. There was a massive change because they managed to lock everybody up in the world. They managed to imprison almost everybody on Earth. So the pen is mightier than the sword. Only when the sword is only when the sword is in our hands. The pen is mightier than the sword. A pen and a sword won't stop us getting attacked with 5G. As long as people know it, as long as people know where their local one is, the nearest one is, have an idea of how to combat it. Don't be fooled by bullshit, fear porn. Yeah, I wonder how the football went. Let's have a quick look. Oh, that's fixtures, that. I want results. Yeah, I'm not really interested in it. But does anybody want to come on and just have a chat? Otherwise, all I'm doing now is either repeating what I've already mentioned, you know, and I'm veering on the side of caution. I don't trust the government one bit. In fact, I don't use the word trust. I distrust the government 100%. Oh, that's good news. You see, this is the thing about homeschooling. This government in Britain, we're trying to introduce a way of monitoring homeschooled children. So they just can't keep their nose out of it, which it's not a bad thing to have a curriculum and just to know whether children are actually being educated in things that are important, not things that aren't important, things that are relevant and important. But this is the thing about homeschooling. If you've got a community of homeschoolers, you know, just say you've got 10 parents with 10 children. Now, one of the probably the most important thing for children is to be with other children. So being in a learning environment where, you know, it's not just one child sat at home doing it. I think it's so important to have children learning together because they learn at different paces. It increases that that sort of camaraderie between people, little children, little people. And it also, you know, if you've got one child that knows how to do a certain thing that another child doesn't, the chances are very, 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 very high that the child that knows how to do something will help the child that doesn't know how to do something. But I think homeschooling is the best way to go. And a better way to do it is if it's done in a community. That's just my opinion, really. And until such time as a state school system can be trusted, which is never, what it will take is a new government where everybody's got a voice. In the capital, what country are you in, James? Here's one for you. You know, all we got to do, this is the way I look at those that have an authority over other people. To judge the honorability of that person that has the dominion, the authority, you look at the person at the bottom of their care. Okay. Now, the people at the bottom are going to be the homeless. The old age pensioners now, since they've increased the pension age, they, you know, just always look at those at the bottom of those under that authority. The whole of this governmental system needs to go. Really? Will it happen? Yeah, it will. It will, because what we're dealing with now is an empire. A worldwide empire. All we need really is we need the military on our side to understand. And I know we've got 40 commandos in my town. I know a few people. And, you know, what the government have done in their disfavour is they've allowed veterans to become homeless and susceptible to PTSD. That's a dead giveaway, really, for those that are still serving. There's always a little nugget, even though it's, you know, it's not a pleasant thing to have to highlight, but it's a little nugget of reality that makes people think. And it's the same with the police. You point out to the police the failings, like 10 years in Telford, they ignored grooming gangs. A lot of them feel guilty, but all of them are powerless because they are cowards. That's what we're dealing with. Cowards in government, because they send in the military to do their dirty work. And when I say the military, I also mean the police force. And then cowards in the police force because they don't stand up for common law and they don't stand up for righteousness. They're pretty much defending. They're pretty much brown shirts. You know, they know bad things are going on, yet they still go in batons and tasers, picking on people because they're not wearing a mask, and letting these groomers walk free. So the whole system needs destroying, really. Can I say any more? No, there's no, we can't. We can't. The world is governed. The world is governed. There's no justice for we the people. There will be no justice for we the people. You know, it's as simple as that. I'm going up through the comments here. It's a person of Italy. Governments create societies, people grow communities. Well, that's an interesting one, that, because governments create societies, people grow communities. That's interesting, that, because what the government have also done is they've divided communities, particularly since Thatcherism. Pre-Thatcherism was a different time to be living and being brought up than at pre-Thatcherism, or since Thatcherism was introduced in the 80s. And back in the 80s, Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan, who was the president of America, they formed, who knows, they might have been sleeping together. I don't know what their relationship was, but they formed a very close relationship. And it was at that time that Britain adopted that type of capitalism that was cutthroat, okay? Pitting neighbor against neighbor. So people grow communities only with this agenda of divide and conquer, which is a real noticeable thing. Communities are divided again. You know, Thatcherism introduced selling off social housing, council housing, selling them off to private ownership. Okay, and then there was the introduction of, pardon the genderizing of this expression, but an Englishman's home is his castle. Okay, now once you put into the mindset, oh, you have got a castle. Castles need defending. And then went up from the 3-foot high mesh fence, where neighbours could have a little natter with a cup of tea over the fence at their next door neighbour, where people could keep an eye on their neighbour, including used to have the milkman used to come around. Once that private ownership happened, up came the 6-foot high wooden fence. I remember it. I was born in 1964. I'm a witness to it. That is a divide. That is then making your neighbour you're in competition with your neighbour by the introduction of keeping up with the Joneses. That became an expression. It was a television program. I think it was like a sitcom or something. But keeping up with the Joneses. All the Joneses have got a 20-inch television. We'll get a 22-inch television. Then the Smiths have got a 22-inch television. So the Joneses go and buy a 30-inch television. That is a bit buying into consumerism. That's what keeping up with the Joneses is all about. Once you've got a competition like that, it's not difficult to generate enemies in that community between neighbours. It's pretty well. It's a psychological warfare that we've been in since a different level since Thatcherism, since the 1980s. That's as far as I can see it. If anybody disagrees with me, it's free speech. Yeah. This is another thing. We have no contract with them. It's just presumption and assumption. Yeah, implied. It's implied. It's called implied consent. If you don't say I don't consent to that, if you don't voice you don't consent to it, that is called implied consent, which in their legal frame means you consent because you haven't said I don't consent. Yeah. It's a twisted. This is why you've got legalese and you've got law and legal. It's a different language. Yeah, same here, Paul. I guess you're on about the old council theft. And I've recently, I will be investigating this, but I've recently heard that every single county council has signed up to the 15-minute city agenda. I'm just hoping that the end of the world will happen and we can have a reboot. We can all be born again, all those that are honourable and have good hearts and have good intentions and just want to love. And yeah, I keep getting threatening letters. I've had people around. I've had a guy around here. And this is the thing. I got a bill for this year, and it's gone up by, I don't know. It's quite a it might be something like £100 a year. It's gone up by. But this is the thing. The council, what they're actually meant to be doing is looking after the community. Okay, and are they not aware of the increase in energy prices? Are they not aware of the increase in food prices? And yet they're out spending money on CCTV cameras, And why? Why do they need CCTV cameras? It's because there's so much crime. And why is there so much crime? It's because there's so much ill feeling and poverty caused by government legislation. So, I'm holding up a lot of hope that there's going to be a bit like the old Crimson Mist scenario, where there's a mind weapon used, okay? But it's going to be the mind weapon that is that of Jesus Christ, that comes and shares love all across the world, and everybody just drops their weapons. That's the way I see it. That's what I'm hoping for. That's the only salvation the world has. Chasing a ghost. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. I'm reading the comments here. Yeah. I mean, I don't waste my time with them at all, really. I like to chat, so if I get anybody come around my yard to, question me, I will have a chat, I don't mind. But, nah, just go away, please. Love and honour your fellow man until they do you wrong. Simple. But if everybody lived by that, nobody would do any wrong to anybody, would they? If that was the fundament of life and living life, then there wouldn't be any hatred in the world. Yeah, so I'm working through these. 4 pillars make a castle. What about the castle of sovereignty? What about you as a sentient being that's capable of making choices? Just saying, listen, I'm my own castle. Get the fuck out of me. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I am a castle. Just putting it out there. So I've pretty much gone off topic, really, a little bit. I'm glad that nobody here has reported that getting the alert. Yeah, that to me pleases me. Things like that pleases me. And I mean, that was made quite a while ago. But have you noticed a difference to now? If you're still here, have you noticed a difference in your child? maybe they enjoy learning because they're learning something that is tailor-made to them at that specific point in life. Yeah. So it was a test. Ah, that's an interesting one. Yeah, the alien invasion. The fake alien invasion. Be interesting to watch. However, I always think of the film War of the Worlds, and that the aliens were actually using something that's very, very similar in weaponry to DEWs. That won't be a nice thing to live through and to witness. You know, but I think that's one of the secrets is just don't be shocked by what we're going to see. If it does transpire, there's going to be blood shed. Just don't be shocked by it. Prepare to defend yourself. But just don't get shocked. You know, if something does happen, like people's heads start exploding, just think, well, it's a movie I'm watching. Yeah. Oh. Anyone seen the film One by One with Rick Mayall? One by One. Was that the last film he made? Bloom. Is that the last film he made? One by One. I know because Messiah's return, the Antichrist's arrival, being able to do great wonders. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not waiting on Christ to return. I'm not reliant on it. I'm just going to live day to day to day, face what comes. I'm not looking up at the sky expecting to see the clouds part. You know, no. And this is the thing. The longer, and it's still one of my main things is just to spread the gospel, spread the good news, spread the love of Jesus. So the longer it takes for Jesus to return, the more people we got the opportunity to, you know, share the love with. Really, that's the way I see it. So I'm in no rush. I'm in no rush. What's it called, that film? One by One. Let me look it up a minute. There. One by One. Rick Mayall. Who remembers the young ones? Right, YouTube. I've only got scenes. I'm not going to play it in case it's copywritten. This is fair use. No, that's not it. Yeah, I might sit down and watch that in a bit. Thank you for that. This is YouTube. Okay. Let's have a quick look at the footy results. 6-1 and 4-0 to West Ham. Okay, that's that done. And if this is a full film, I'll put a link. One hour 27. Well, I'm guessing that is the full film. So there it is. I'll put a link in here in case anybody wants to watch it. I will sit down. I love Rick Mail. Now, if you can remember the Young Ones, that was actually filmed in Bristol, and I know where the house is that they used to live. It's in Bishopston. So I've actually been there a few times to have a look at it. And the pub used to be called the Old Rangoon. I think it was the Old Rangoon in the Young Ones, in the actual drama. I can't remember what it used to be called in real life, but that was in Henleys. I'm putting the links in the chat. It should come up. I'm just arranging it now a minute. Tell me if you can see that. I've just put a link. 1 by 1, Rick Mayall, 2014. YouTube. There's more than one way to skin a banana. Thank you for that, Paul. I will watch it. Rick Mayall. Rick Mayall was always anti-establishment. Well, he did a few warnings, actually, didn't he? He did off the camera, off the official camera, a few warnings of. I can't verbatim recall them, but pretty much about a warning of what something's coming down the pipe. Can anybody see that link I just put? 1 by 1, Rick Mayall. Can anybody see it? Is it showing up? This one here. Can that be seen in the chat? Got it, yeah. Well, that's what I'll be sitting down to after this. Thank you, Paul, for that. Do you fancy coming on for a chat at all? We'll have to get together and talk about, I don't know, common law, things like that. Yeah. So if you want to find a movie, it's like V for Vendetta is another one. I actually got it on DVD, and I don't think it's available anywhere, really. That's a pretty good one to watch. Again, V5. There's a lot of predictive programming movies out there. Oh, another one is oh gosh, let me think of it. Let me have a look a minute. Bear with me. I might boom out here. Yeah, I've got in the description, I'll put anything I've used, any links I've posted, I will put them in the description. I've got a lot in there that I'd already uploaded anyway, but wow, my subscribers have gone up a lot. Wow. The thing about having a lot of subscribers, it means you might well get a lot of comments that need answering. Right, I've got a video. It's called In Time, Justin Timberlake. Again, it's one of these you know, sort of like drama. There's a lot of kissing in it and all that romance and stuff like that, which pretty much ruins a film for me. But ultimately, I did a live stream with Rob about Operation Crimson Mist. There's a link for it there. Went live with Rob there, so the link will be there. It might have gone live on Rob's channel there. There's a tinfoil hat experiment. Look. There we did the cell phone test. Okay. Live. You know, just for those people that think, nah, it's a load of bullshit. They ridicule truth. Yeah, they ridicule truth. It's in there, I think. This one, fourth industrial revolution, it's pretty much the way I see it. But the fourth industrial revolution, which is the amalgamation of technology with biology, was promoted in the World Economic Forum, the Davos, the World Government Summit in was it Dubai in 2016? Okay, so this digital, the fourth industrial revolution is the amalgamation of the digitalization of the human body. Okay, which was introduced as a concept in front of all these world leaders at the government summit in Dubai by this man here. Klaus Schwab. In 2006, had 7 years of knowing this is what they were going to do. But look at all those. Yeah, that's one worth watching. But the reason I come here is for a link in time. Now, I think I get copyrights with plenty of this, so I won't play it. But this is a full film here, and I'll put a link to that here. Stars Justin. I was going to write Trouser Snake then, Timberlake. And the link is there. Again, this is a predictive programming movie, and it pretty much gives the what is potentially reality, really, where time is a currency. So money doesn't exist. And fundamentally, currency is the best currency we have is our time and our energy. Okay? Barter with your time and your energy. If you spend your time growing spuds, you can barter with somebody that spends their time growing carrots. Somebody that bakes bread, somebody that builds houses, somebody that cares, like a nurse or a care worker. Everybody's got a role to play. It's just what the government do is they drive people down this road where they're sort of molded into being something that they naturally would probably not be. And they do it at an early age. They do it at childhood age. So, there's Buzz there, Buzzachino. How you doing, my friend? You're gonna, if you're gonna start sharing your poetry, you can come on and voice a few if you want. That's the link there. If anybody wants to come on, just put their 10 penny for everything. If you've got any ideas of what to expect, please feel free to come and share it. If you've got any ideas of how to unify people in their communities again, doesn't matter where you are in the world. Everybody fundamentally is the same. We're all human beings. We're all in the main herd animals. We're community animals. So let me pick that up a minute. Matrix Dune equals they try to unbalance us. Matrix Dune. They try to unbalance us. When you see it, it's a red pillar. But don't let fear take hold of you, for fear is the mind killer. Absolutely. Fear is their best weapon, which is what this alert was about. I mean, there was a lot of hype about, and a lot of people sharing things that, were foreign nationals planting devices in drains and things like that. Well, to debunk conspiracy theorists, all they got to do is introduce that and then put in the minds of people that there's going to be massive explosions in London, etc. They won't do it like that. They got 5G. Yeah. Artists Against Agenda 21. You need to, I'm sure I've subscribed to you. Have you not posted anything for a while, Buzz? Time Bank. So yeah, if you're on about the alerts, I think it's they will be harvesting information from it without a doubt. And if they turn around in the news tomorrow and the news is 66.6% of people in Britain receive their alert, or they might make it as they did with the old illness cure. 90% of people have got it, 10% haven't. Is that true? Maybe. But if they turn around tomorrow and said, 95% of the people received their alert, there was nothing to fear. That's a good indication. And is that true or not? Probably not. I think a lot of people have actually realized that it's all about track and trace. There's too much infringement on our privacy already as it is. What they say is a lie. They will be harvesting information from this. They don't care about lying. That's what they do. If they didn't lie, if they told the truth, they'd be dragged out into the streets. They'd be dragged out into the streets and hung, skinned alive and hung. They would. There's some people out there in the communities that would do that because they feel so aggrieved. What about those that have lost children to this recent scandal, this medical scandal? What about those that have been refused permission to attend a funeral or attend a hospital where the child is being born? There's a lot of people that are really, really, really angry people naturally, but it's suppressed because there's nothing to get angry about and no one to direct it to, because the people that the anger should be directed to are living in that ivory tower. They're protected by the police force and the military, fundamentally the police force, you know. Yeah, I like that one. This is it. This is it. This. Remember how you felt when the truth was shown to you. So please be patient. Please understand. A time of change is now at hand. That is brilliant, mate. Honestly, that is perfect. People wake up at different times. People wake up at different times. And people are very, very suspicious. Everybody is very suspicious. Some people are living in denial because they don't believe the government would do something so sinister. But when they sit down and reflect on something that actually means something to them, that's when the penny will drop. But I think the most important thing is having the reaction from us already instilled in us, and that is peace. The only way to attain peace is through peaceful means. Is to not get angry. Be angry, but learn to control that anger. You know, because anger will just cause more anger in other people. People will be defending themselves against somebody that's angry. May well use an angry retort, like raised voices. Shouting never achieved anything apart from getting me to switch off with a person that's chatting, that's shouting. I don't want to listen to you, mate. You're shouting. Why are you shouting? If you've got something important to say that's worth listening to, you don't need to shout it. Just say it. And then say it at a leisurely pace so I can ingest everything you're saying instead of splurting it out in one great lump. And let's be rational about it. But I think, you know, everybody in the chat, it's a blessing that you've all been part of this, and you know, it's uplifting to know that you all pretty much understand something about the system, but it doesn't love you. In fact, it doesn't love you, it actually hates you. So yeah, I like this one here, Buzz. No one can know the full truth, for life itself is a theory. So keep on telling your theories. For the more theories we share, the closer to the truth we can all get. Yeah, yeah. But this is a secret. I think this is the secret. That ain't a secret. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. When we're born, we don't think. We just do. We don't think what we're doing, we just do. And if you look to get two babies together, as long as there's not been that indoctrination of selfishness, and B, as long as there's enough to go around. So if you got two babies and one ball, and both babies want to play with the ball, they either need to learn how to share, that is, throw the ball from one to another, or get another ball. So they got one each. And there's enough balls in the world for everybody to have one each. So keeping it simple is the secret that ain't a secret, really. And keeping everything calm. And they're going to panic. This house of cards is going to fall because it's destiny. It's destiny. It's an empire that is working in a time where people can read. It's not like it's not like religious doctrine where you've got a preacher because he's the only one that knows how to read, putting over this idea. And then because people can't read, they can't double check. But what we've got is that ability to reach within our, what's the word? Somebody write it. Well, I'll call it common sense. Really. So I'm just waffling on now. If anybody wants to pop on up, just to say hello. It's coming up to 5:10 now, so I've been on the go for about, oh gosh, it should say here, shouldn't it? Over 2.5 hours. But first, I'm glad everybody's on the same page, reading from the same book, aware of what's going to happen. We're dotted all over the world, little beacons of light, and light is the truth. Yeah, what more can I say? What more can I say? I thank you ever so much for your company. It's been enlightening, informative, and the Dark Age. Well, this is the thing. Can we live without a mobile phone? Can we live without the internet? Life would be so much more fulfilled if, rather than phoning our neighbour up or texting our neighbour, we just popped next door and had a chat. Like these little old people sitting in their homes alone. I got a Reg up the road, him and Elsie. Oh gosh, he's getting on for 80. He's a very active man. He walks his dogs 5 times a day. But Buzzachino, hold it, my friend. Find time to have a chat. Buzz, you're in the house. There he is. You're muted, Buzz. No, I haven't done it.
Hello.
Yeah, there he is. Testing.
Testing 1 2.
Hello, Buzz. How are you doing, my friend?
Groovy.
Wow. You're a medicine, my friend. You're a medicine for my soul. Thank you ever so much for coming on, particularly with that greeting.
Well, yeah. I thought I'm not feeling too well health-wise at the moment. We've all been struggling. It's what they're doing to us. It's part and parcel of it. I mean, the main thing that we can all take from all of this is what's going on is they want us to give up. That's it. Yeah. Plain and simple, basic, just like Richard said. They want us to give up. So it's free will. It's choice. We must choose not to give up. That's all that counts.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
And with that, I bought 3 poems.
Okie doke. Okie doke. Can you enlighten everybody and myself again where you are in the world, Buzz?
I'm in Essex, England.
Okie doke. Yeah. Essex.
I'm an Essex geezer.
Yeah, right. Right. Yeah, they got a bit of reputation, the Essex crowd, but you know, character wise, second to none really, I think.
Well, it's a case of there's certain places around the world that are hard, and if you're brought up in those places, you got a choice. You can either come out like a sharp dagger, or you can come out shining like a diamond. The pressure's there for both.
Yeah, yeah. And this is what I found when I was growing up, because I'm not a violent man by any means. I'm quite the opposite, really. But what I found was that laughter was one of the best forms of attack. Is to have a light-hearted nature.
It is, but unfortunately, life isn't like that 24/7. There are times when you need to defend yourself, and to me, the whole thing about nature is it's a violent place. It is one thing eating another thing. That is another basic. We cannot sustain ourselves on nothing. The animals can't sustain themselves on nothing. Insects even. Everything consumes everything.
Yeah.
So it's a case of there is violence in the world. It's, again, down to free will, choice, what you choose to do with it. In other words, me personally, I feel the only reason for violence is defense.
Yeah.
And it's people that attack that are in the wrong.
Yeah. And
hello, Dan, Sam, James, Parsnip.
Let's be frank. It's been a part of the indoctrination program is to introduce hatred and division.
Yeah.
Poverty is a huge cause of stress and depression. It breaks families up.
Historical, that is.
Absolutely. So it's a form of control that's been introduced, really. That just look at the increase in bills, etc., shortage of food.
Well, I'm looking at it from a slightly different perspective, because I do that. It's my thing. I look at it from different perspectives. I'm looking at a level of control that's gone on for a very long period of time that was waning in its control method. So they introduced a new method of control, which is the one that we've been in, that they've been attacking us with. But that's also failing, because we're coming to the point where we don't want that anymore. We've had enough.
What period are you going back to? Is this a recent one, or can you pinpoint it to a?
No, you can't really. You could say a couple of 100 years. You could say a couple of 1,000 years. You could say a couple of 100,000 years. If you'd gone back enough in time in history-wise and seen some of the stuff that I've found, it's a case of it's hard to pin down that time.
Yeah,
it really is.
So what about let's say within the last 100 years then?
Oh, well, I think it's been a case of they've noticed and they're trying everything they can to get this method of control that they're trying to put in a third one, because the second one obviously wasn't working too well, same as the first. But the first one was the longest. Then you got the second one. Now they're trying to push this third one, which is the digital control, and absolutely no one wants it but them. So we have to stand up against that. We have to. We got no choice. If you see what they're doing with the digital currency in China, it's ridiculous.
Oh, I've been stuck. That's that's probably the main source of my understanding, really. But this is the thing, Buzz. What they've actually done is for those that are sort of in their up to their 20s, it's an indoctrination of introducing technology as appealing and a must-have for the children of today. So when
that's one of the communist standards. You basically bring up the kids to be communists, you know, and you teach them military stuff, technology stuff, all what you need for your next army.
I don't think they're going to need any armies in the future. Particularly if people are chipped and then controlled by technology, they don't need armies. They don't need people. They don't need these vast armies, because what they have is that network of mind control technology.
Well, they don't always achieve what they want to achieve, and you have to wonder, well, what's opposing it then? And that's something that's always given me faith, no matter what. When you look through history, whatever they've been trying to do, something's been opposing it and causing it grief all the way through.
Yeah.
And if that don't give you hope, I mean, what if we've been through a technical age in the past, and now we're back up to another technical age? That's also a possibility. We don't know for sure.
We don't know.
And if that's the case, if we can actually survive after a technical age once, we might be able to do it again.
Yeah.
But except this time, we might actually be able to stop it.
I'm veering on the side of very, very hopeful. I'm pretty sure that. I mean, we the people. When I say we, I mean we the people. We've got the best opportunity I think the people have ever had of uniting under a similar banner, the banner of peace and love. Just because of the internet, etc., the communication system that we have got, and now there are beacons of light. You're one in Essex there. I'm one here. I like to think in Taunton. There's people dotted all over the world and very close together. I mean, there's a newspaper called The Light, and I've got 3 contacts now that are in adjacent towns. So the network of these people that are actually beacons of the light, and the light being truth.
Yeah, but I look at it a slightly different way. Again, unfortunately, it's just my thing. That's what I do. I look at it like if you increase the energy build-up and people are becoming more the light, then of course you're going to get some that are going to stand as beacons first, because if you're turning the energy up, some are going to shine brighter first off.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like everyone's going to be coming up to that level that can get up to that level.
Yeah.
So to me, it's like, you know, nobody's standing above anybody else within this. We're all learning together, growing together, flowing together towards whatever this is going to be.
Absolutely that. But this I mentioned it earlier on about those that have dominion over other people are only as good in what they do as those that are at the bottom of their authority. Okay, so like for example, you look at the government and then look at the bottom of their authority, and you've got the homeless and you've got the poverty stricken. Our role, or the role of the enlightened, or those that understand, is to bring up those at the bottom. So we're all on exactly the same level. We're all just learning at different stages in life. We're all just learning the truth at different stages in life. But the fundamental goal surely should be to have everybody on the same light, on the same level. Get rid of competition, etc., because I don't want to be higher than anybody else with what I know. I know a lot more than the person that lives next door, but I don't know as much as somebody that maybe lives in the next street or the next town. And I'm not in competition with the guy or the person that knows more than me. All I want to do is bring up that person that lives next to me that needs to be enlightened, and I would like to be brought up, and it'd be the same with a person that lives in the next town to me. He would want to bring me up so that I'm as enlightened as he is. So it's not the selfish nature of, say, you know, like look at Freemasons. They like to keep all these secrets to, you know, eternal life, etc. They and life enhancement. They like to keep it all to themselves as a closed little network. Whereas we are not a closed network. We are as open as is possible for us to be. We want to bring, you know, it's more like helping people up than treading people down, which is what the system is, you know, has been probably since the dawn of systems. Really is those that want the control want to keep people down. They want to keep people dumbed down. They want to keep them in the dark. Whereas I don't, you don't. We want people to all be enlightened to the same level. And you know, there's no, I wouldn't stand on an orange box and say I'm more, you know, I'm more aware than you, or, you know, to somebody that is in the street. No, I don't look at it like that. It fills me with joy when somebody actually gets what I'm saying. You know, it warms my heart when somebody says, I hadn't thought of that. Yeah, you're right. Highlighting about the Great Reset and things like that. It's one of my, you know, everyday speeches, really. As soon as people understand just a little bit, that for me isn't me pouting my chest up and saying, brilliant, you know, look what I've done. I'm so pleased for the people that can actually have actually had their eyes opened a little bit more. It's nothing to do with me. I'm just like a vessel that spouts a load of bullshit I've learned. But my joy is in educating. I'm a teacher. I teach stonemasonry, and I don't teach it. It's all I'm doing is I'm passing on what somebody else has passed on to me. And I love my career, my job, my profession so much. I want other people to get to have that same experience with a profession. So, you know, wherever I can teach it for nothing, I do. I'm always shoving mallets and chisels in people's hands if they come around. Yeah, have a go at this. You know, just try it. Just try it. I don't want any compens for it. I don't want any praise for it. I don't even want any thanks for it. My thanks is if I find somebody that smiles because they've actually found something that they in life that they enjoy doing or enjoy knowing. It's as simple as that. So it's not an ego trip, really. It's not an ego trip at all. It's quite the opposite. It's, you know, it's remaining humble in the fact that I have been privy to that experience, and I just want everybody else to have that same experience. So, you know, but there is hope. There's hope. Where there's love, there's hope.
And I think awareness is a big part of that, because when we get to a certain level, we understand that we can't know it all because we're not supposed to. And at the same time, there's this light goes off in your head that says, I see. So I'm both the teacher and the pupil.
Yeah. There's a saying I learned, I was taught, and it's when the teacher is ready, the teacher arrives. Now, there are certain people at this moment in time, probably by design, by indoctrination, that are good teachers, and they teach. They're good teachers because they want to teach. They want to share what they've already learned, what has been taught to them. So this expression, when the teacher is ready, the teacher arrives. So when the person is ready to pass on what they've learned, like for example, they've learned something. Okay, they learned a specific. The teacher is ready to teach. Another teacher comes along. Now that teacher obviously needs to learn, but that teacher starts at the bottom, learns, and then they adopt that same thing. When the teacher is ready, the teacher arrives. It's a conveyor belt of it's like culture, ancient, you know, these like tribes, etc. Everything is passed on to the children. You know, if my dad was worked in the construction industry. So I was privy to building sites at a really early age. That is a thing of the past. That is a thing of the past now. In the main, that children take on their, their parents or their grandparents' profession. Like if your dad's a baker, you become a baker as well. If you want, the opportunities there. But if you're brought up in like let's take I don't want to be sexist in any way about this or genderizing, but if you've got a girl, a little young child, or even a boy, let's say, that's baking with mum, baking cakes from the age of 2 or 3, is presumably it's going to be something that they enjoy, creating something that they like to eat, that tastes good, that smells good. This has been a good experience because they've been learning with mum, they've been spending time with mum in a creative pursuit. The chances are quite high that that child will find love in that pursuit and continue it. And then what you've actually got is when that child becomes a parent again, they may well do exactly the same thing. That for me is keeping it simple. That's what I mean by keeping things simple. It's going back to a time when life was simple, and opportunities were. I remember my parents didn't drink, but every Friday we used to go to the local pub. Okay, as children, they had a children's garden. It's called the Wayfair, and we spent time with other children and families. It was a communal thing on a council estate in Bristol, and the opportunity was there to be with other parents. So you could be with, for me, I could be with a parent that was a baker, and if I got to that certain age where I was curious about like a certain profession, the opportunity was there. Like I did a milk round on a Saturday morning for a while, just because I knew through a friend of mine, I got to know the dad, and I was introduced. Oh, do you want to do a milk round on a Saturday morning? Now, getting up at 3 o'clock for somebody that's 13 ain't a good thing, but at the end of the day, it's an experience. It was an opportunity that isn't available today. Families don't go out because it's very expensive for a family to go out to the pub, for one thing. So by design, society, communities have been priced out of that communal experience. And yeah, that's that, but to me, that it means that is keeping it simple. It's going back to grassroots communities where loving your neighbor was a real thing, and it was a real thing. Loving your neighbor, getting on with, the streets used to be full. There might be about 20 or 30 children playing in the streets. Saturdays and Sundays, the local recreation ground, we used to play like 20-a-side football with the age ranges from like 7 up to people in their 40s and 50s, all playing the same game of football, 20-a-side, 30-a-side, all chasing one ball. It was a time of experience that I can pull on and pass on to people that have never experienced that. This is how it used to be. Oh, the good old days of scurvy and wars. No. No, that was a bad old day. The good old days were when communities interacted. So if we got that experience in our arsenal, and it is one of our weapons, is that experience that can touch people's I forget the word now. Like it's like that common core. What's the word? You'll know it. Intuition. It's intuition. It's a natural, intuitive thing if we're left unadulterated. So, I think regression back to those sorts of times is achievable. But what people need is they need that experience to realize how much better that lifestyle would be and is and can be. I was chatting with I don't know. I'll probably be doing another live stream this evening. There's a guy called the Watching Observer 76. He does a live stream about 9 o'clock on a Sunday. But last Sunday we were talking about telephone box. How old are you, Buzz?
53 this year.
Right. Okay. So you're pretty. I'm 58, 59 this year, and so we're pretty. We've been brought up in pretty much exactly the same sort of time, really. So you'll remember red phone boxes pre-mobile phone. You'll probably remember queues outside of people waiting to use a phone box. Normally, it used to be on a Sunday evening. There might be half a dozen people stood outside the phone box. And what do you do when you get people stood in a queue? Particularly back in the good old days, you had that communication between people. So since the mobile phone has come along, not only is it made people pretty much 100% focused on a mobile phone, it's actually taken away that human interaction between individuals and groups. So to regress back, I mean, if we had an EMP and the phones went down, I'd think, wow, that is something in our favor. Is that God working in our favor? Is that the energy of love and goodness working in our favor to get rid of this weaponry that isn't just an energy weapon? It's a divisive weapon because it takes people away from people. So I like yourself, there is hope. Creativity, and you are extremely creative with your wording, you know that in your poetry. Creativity is a way that we can turn this around. It's by using our experience and our creativity to make it appealing once again. You know, like somebody mentioned about, oh, there's Moen there. Hi, Moira. I missed the comments, but somebody mentioned about pen and paper. We used to call them pen pals, you know. So you'd write a letter. I love writing. You'd write a letter, post it off to America or, you know, somewhere else, and you might wait a week or 2 weeks for a reply. But the joy of receiving a reply from somebody, handwritten, you know, with a stamp on it and an envelope, it's really exciting stuff and very personable. And there's an energy between that, you know, there's an energy of love been put into writing that is, well, in my mind, will be received at the other end, in that energy that is within that writing, how it's written. So, you know, regression back to you know, at least to when we were being brought up would be a huge step in reigniting that community spirit once again, and the love that used to be in communities. It wasn't devoid of violence and things like that, but it's nothing compared to what exists today. And competition is was nothing like it exists today. So that's where most of my hope lies, in just being able to teach people what it used to be like and what it can be like again. You know,
Sounds good, dude.
Yeah. Oh, I love you, Buzz. Thanks ever so much for coming on. You're you're a light in my life. It's quite a rarity that we get together, but it's, you know, it's like chatting one to one. And I apologize for rattling on too much, but
No worries, bro.
It's so important to have this kind of communication.
It is, because what they're attacking is love itself. Because without the love of others and yourself, there is no moral line you won't cross. And what love does is it creates families. Families create communities, and communities have stood up against tyranny throughout history. That's why it's all under attack, starting with love itself.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the fundament. It's the absolute grounded fundamental of moving forward is love. It's love versus hate. So
can I rattle off these 3 poems?
Oh, please do. I'll mute myself out, and you do your Buzz.
Cheers, dude. Thank you. The first one, this is a bit personal, this one. It's called Not Afraid. I am not afraid to die, and when I'm asked the question why, the truth I won't deny, and state the reasons in reply. Death has come a-knocking many times within my life. There were doctors and hospitals, scary times under the knife. I've fallen off of buildings, I've been run over by cars. I've been in fights, fallen off bikes, for proof I have the scars. I've even had the cancer, 2 doses hit me bad. But chemo hit me worse, that regret still makes me mad. Severe chest pain and heart attacks took the last of my fear away. I walked the line betwixt life and death and decided that I want to stay. I've lived some life and died a few, I've seen beyond the curtain, which leaves no fear and makes it clear there's more of which I'm certain.
Wow. That's really deep, that, and meaningful.
Cheers, bro.
Yeah. And like you say, personal. It's
Yeah, I've been through pretty rough ride.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
like I said before, it either turns you into a knife or a diamond.
Yeah.
Right. Poem number 2 is called Be Good. Short one. I never chose to be good. I just followed the song of my heart. I didn't have to try. I felt that way from the start. Sad times the song had me crying. Good times the tears were of joy. I felt the weight of my feelings since I was a very young boy. I learned about flow and of balance, which made for a healthier song. Common sense and empathy meant less of my choices were wrong. I try to be full of morality. To account for, I will hold myself and send out the love that I receive. For to me, love is the true wealth.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll have to put a link to your channel, Buzz. I'll do it near the end. Actually, well, in fact, actually, I'll put. Well, as soon as you're actually a guest on here, I'll put a link in the description to your channel. So anybody in the comments or anybody that is interested in Buzz's channel, I'll leave a link. And if you want to make a comment once this live stream's finished, just refresh it, make a comment. I'll pin your comment, Buzz, because you know it's you got a gift of putting what is in a lot of people's minds, including mine. You've got that gift of being able to put what is in my mind into words, much like the Bible does, really.
Well, if love is eternal and it flows through us all, then the connection's been there since we started.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
One last poem for you.
All right, my friend.
This one is called I Will. I will never give up, for life I hold dear. I will face everything, even when filled with fear. I will push through the pain, I will smile through the tears. I will stay on the path, through the trials and the years. I will harden my heart to confusion, distraction. I will not be ignorant and dwell in inaction. I will live, laugh and love in the face of mortality. I will not let evil change my morality. And when my time comes and I lay down to rest, I will have less regrets and know I did my best.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, honestly, mate, you're. Do you actually publish any of your work?
I've been trying for years to find a way of getting published without signing all my stuff over to them, like Amazon. No
Right.
thanks.
that leads quite nicely into something I want to share, actually, which is firstly David Yates. Have you heard of David Yates? He had an Amazon store. I don't know how many books he had in it. I don't know, dozens, getting on for 100 maybe. And he wrote a book. It was called Climate Fake, and the system actually shut down his Amazon store. So I wouldn't recommend starting anything on Amazon in case you say the wrong thing. But he's actually self-publishing with a company called Lulu. Okay, Lulu.com, and I know he's got a few books out actually now through them, but for self-publicists without contract, perhaps have a look at Lulu. I'll leave a link to the Lulu thing, but I'm having problems sharing the word David Yates. Like if I go in chats and things or in comments, if I mention the word David Yates and Climate Fake is available on Lulu, the comments don't show up. So he's heavily censored. With the book is obviously, it's full of patents and just look into David Yates if you want any advice on how to go be a self-publicist, really. But I think they're American based. But if he's gone and actually used that service, there's got to be some credence to it. And I can't imagine your poems are going to be in the ilk of that being heavily censored, whereas David is into actual facts about what we've been put under, particularly the last 3 years. But if we're looking at
do you want to hear a poem in that case? Do you want to hear a poem that I wrote in 2012?
What title is it?
It's called Perceive.
Go on then, hit me.
It's a controversial one, so I don't know if it'll get you a strike or not.
Well, this is the thing. Does it mention any words that we know might raise an eyebrow or three, or just one eyebrow?
Maybe one.
Yeah, they've only got one eye, haven't they? So one raised eyebrow. Does it mention medical?
No.
Does it mention anything to do with chemtrails?
Yeah.
Well, we're all right with chemtrails because there is enough evidence out there to prove they are real. I'm an advocate for the exposure of chemtrails, geoengineering, weather as a force multiplier.
In which case, remember, I wrote this in 2012.
Yeah.
It starts off serious at the start, but then goes completely ironic, as in I then take it to the extreme. The only thing is, now that we're in 2023, it's almost like you saw all this coming.
Use your discretion.
Okie dokie.
Okay.
Well, I think I should be all right because I believe I read it out on somebody else's on YouTube and they didn't get a strike. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that it wasn't one of those that the algorithm missed it. Anyway, this is it. It's called Perceive.
Go on then.
Do you believe the Chinese whispers or only what you see with your eyes? Can you be sure of what you're seeing, or do you soak up all the lies? Why believe words over actions when actions tell you so much more? Sight and sound are merely fractions of world stages shore to shore. There's people crying, children dying, and more the bombs are flying. Earth is shaking, the sun's gone mad, water's tainted and the food is bad. There's radiation killing us all, sustainable resources taking a fall. Holes in our ozone and a pole shift, tsunamis in store as tectonic plates drift. Animals dying and birds dropping dead, tornadoes abound, weird storms overhead. It's all on the increase, new records galore, floods, droughts and blizzards like never before. When will we wake up, and is it too late? Has mankind really sealed his fate? The question therefore falls to you. Sit and take it, or do what you've got to do.
Is that it?
Yep.
Brother, that was brilliant. And that was 2012.
2012, I wrote that.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that, my friend. That might be too truthful, but there's nothing absolutely. I'm not worried about that. That is absolutely brilliant. That.
Cheers, dude.
But yeah, that was brilliant. That. Yeah, Chinese whispers is. Oh, that is absolutely. Yeah, I'm blown away with that, and I'm probably a little bit surprised as well because I was waiting for something that I'm going to think, oh, I wish you hadn't said that, but I'm so overwhelmed that you actually shared that with us. That was absolutely stunning. That.
Well, you know me. If there's a way of playing with words and skirting around the edges, I can now and then.
This is where creativity can defeat the system. We can defeat the algorithms just by not mentioning certain words, using some sort of innuendo. You know, if those that are in the truth community, you know, can pretty much guess, you know, a lot of things. But that was absolutely fantastic. That needs to be. Have you got that on your channel?
I think I have.
I haven't had a notification for you for such a long time.
Well, some of them that were on YouTube have had their monetization shut off, and some have had their channels shut off, and a whole bunch of them moved to Rumble. So I started another channel up on Rumble, and I've been posting just the poetry stuff and a couple of songs on there.
Okay, no.
I mean, did you hear my song "To Be a Better Human"?
I did actually. Yeah, that's going back a while, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did actually. So I don't use Rumble very often. I got into BitChute. I found BitChute once I started it. You know, I started putting dodgy stuff up on there. But Rumble. I've only started using Rumble because there's a channel like Vincent Rhodes. He does live streams on Rumble discussing certain things. So I've only recently started going on to Rumble again, and specifically just to watch his. I haven't got any videos uploaded on it.
Well, I don't make money doing what I do. I haven't made anything anywhere. But for those that make money on YouTube, Rumble is monetized as well, so you can make money on Rumble. And seeing as it's a starting, progressing thing, now's a great time to get on there.
Yeah.
Because once it's been on there 3 or 4 years, going good, you'll have got a decent following by then and be earning some decent dollar.
Yeah. Decent social credit points.
Well, hopefully it won't get to that.
Yeah. Hopefully, but there's a lot of people that are going along with it, and the indoctrination of, you know, people paying just swiping their card or their phone, or online shopping, etc. Cash is, even though we know cash is king because you know what you got and you know how much you've got.
Oh, gradually, dude. The facts are in the details, though, because on the news, you know, they're hyping up digital currency and on the rest of it. But when you actually go and look at the statistics from 2021 to 2023, the use of cash went up by 23% in Britain.
Wow.
That says that the people don't want digital.
Wow. That's interesting.
The facts don't lie.
That's very interesting, that, yeah. However, will there be a pushback? An actual pushback?
Oh, yes.
If there's no cash in circulation, because once it goes in the bank, it won't come out.
Well, not only that, you can't stick a fiver in a nephew or niece's birthday card anymore, or
Yeah.
Christmas card. You
Yeah.
can't give a fiver to a homeless person on the street. You can't save to purchase anything big, especially if they do everywhere else what they're doing in China, which is your money actually has a sell-by date.
Yeah.
As in, you use that money before that date, or it's gone.
Yeah.
So that you own nothing and will be happy. No.
Yeah.
You won't be happy.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. That is part of my remit. And you pretty much hit on one of the fundamentals, which is firstly appeal to the children.
Yep.
You know, if you're having a chat with adults, appeal to their children, their
Why do you
nephews and
think they're
nieces.
pushing this transgender stuff?
Oh,
on the kids? Because
yeah,
if
that
you can mess up a generation of kids, then you've got a generation of kids that you can brainwash.
absolutely.
Because that is scarring these kids. It is causing trauma, and that's where NK Ultra and all that other studies come in. They learn these methods and then they put them in with use of the alphabet groups by governments.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, 100%. Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty much creating the next generation, the generation that they want, which is technology based, and you know, anything else.
Well, the schools have to change. If they ain't going to change the schools, then people are going to have to start homeschooling again. I mean, we did it before in the past. It made for tighter families. It made them for tighter communities, which then were able to fight back better.
Absolutely. So, you know, you've got the same hope as me, and it's founded on pretty much the same principles, I think, really. And I was having a chat about homeschooling. Somebody made a comment earlier on about homeschooling. I can't remember who it was, but you know, homeschooling doesn't have to be one child stuck at home learning from their parent. Homeschooling can be a group of parents getting their heads together. So you might have a dozen parents that say, right, your house this week, you get the 12 children. Because the most important thing for children is being with other children, learning social skills, sociability skills, and having fun with other children, really. Because it can't all be work. And children learn more probably playing with each other. In a nice way, obviously, exploring together, experimenting together, you know, than they do on their own when they're isolated. Because we're not isolating beings, we're herd animals, fundamentally.
Well, communication is the foundation of communities and families, especially tight-knit families where you homeschool and all the rest of it. That's where the communication starts. And then when you actually mix it with other kids, then you've got the social communication, very important. And then once they're older, those social skills working to helping them create even more communities. It's one of those things that just carries on down the line.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely, 100%. So, you know, we're fortunate that we've had the experience of the life experiences that we've had, and that we are aware enough to want to share it, really, which I think is why, you know, there's this, you know, we'll get rid of the old, once your old age pension is gone, that is the experience. You know, it's a bit like Tesco. When it's gone, it's gone. You know, then they get rid of, if they got rid of everybody that was over 30 years old, or definitely everybody that was over 20 years old, they rewrite the history books, so we did not exist. Our experiences were not a reality, and then they start the newer generation from a point where, it's natural for the skies to look all white with all these lines. It's natural for your water to taste of chlorine. It's right for your food to make you ill. It's right to eat lots of sugar and GMOs and monosodium glutamate and glucose fructose syrup. No carrots. No carrots. They've always been square. Cabbages, yes, they've always been made of plastic.
Would you like one last poem before I go?
Say again?
Would you like one last poem before I go?
Yeah, please. Yeah, most definitely, yeah. I'll shut up. I'll mute.
Rightio. This is another recent one called Reach. If you do not reach for my hand, it means that you don't understand, that my offer I give is for real, and my only intent is to heal. I ask for nothing in return. I get enough from what I learn. Interaction is how we all grow. Stability is the care we all show. And by helping, we may just find a hint towards our own peace of mind. So extending a hand to a friend could bring solutions for your woes to end. Together we are smarter and stronger, and together we will last so much longer. So please reach now, my sister, my brother, for in reaching we can all help each other.
Yeah. Honestly, mate. What a blessing you have been. What a blessing you are. That sentiment is perfect.
Cheers, bro.
Honestly,
we're all blessings in our own way. We can all teach each other. I mean, I've seen a 95-year-old guy learn something from a 5-year-old kid.
Yeah.
It happens. Because we all lead a different life. Our experiences, there's wisdoms in all of us. All we got to do is share them.
Yeah. Absolutely. But the one thing is you put it is so creatively, so simply, but so eloquently. But I think the simplicity of it is so easy to understand, so simple to understand.
Cheers, dude.
Right, I've just flung a link. I don't know whether it's actually shown up to Climate Fate by David Yates. That will take you to the if you want to delve into publishing your stuff, Buzz. Self-publicizing. There's a link to Climate Fate by David Yates. That will take you to the lulu.com and the actual book. But once you get on the lulu.com, you can investigate it yourself. Because mate, it's if it's just kept in the head, it's of no use to anybody, not even yourself. Because if it's kept in the head, if somebody knows something that's kept in the head, it's a burden. The way I see it, once it's out there, once it manifests as an energy and a vibration and a frequency, which is what speaking it out does, and which is what writing it out does. The implications are, immeasurable, really.
Richard,
yes, my friend.
How long do you think I've been doing my poems online?
Well, I guess probably from 2012.
Yeah.
Before that?
Before that, even.
Wow.
Basically, I got on YouTube 2011, and I've been going on live streams. I was on Facebook for a very short period of time, and then come off it, but unfortunately I can't get back into it to cancel my account. But I've got poems on now. I literally have been putting my poems out wherever I can via word or via written, even though I can't get them published. I've just been constantly doing it and putting it out and doing it and putting it out. I ain't been stopping because of money and anything like that.
Yeah. See, there's a couple of things. Firstly, when the teacher is ready, the teacher arrives. There's going to be a certain point in time when what you've been doing, the time, it's been for a specific time. Now that poem about the Chinese whispers, okay, that was written 11 years ago. There is been no time that is more obvious and more relevant than this moment now. The evidence is there to say, wow, that is pretty much as it is. So now is the time that will maybe well have that poem was actually written for, is this time now, when people can assimilate with what you've actually said and equate it to real life as is happening now. So that period of 12 years, it's all been leading up to a specific time when that light will shine, it will all flow out, and people will say, because every single poem you've just read, mate, are just so relevant. So I won't use the word professionally written. They were just so eloquently and creatively written. And I ain't blowing smoke at your ass. I'm just smitten with every single poem you've read. But now is the time that they will shine. It's either now or never. And gradually, the more people that hear it, not everybody that listens to certain things or hears certain things appreciate it until such point in time when they think, oh, I remember back in 2016 when they were on about digital implants in the body. Well, I wasn't familiar with Revelation 13, 17, 16, 17. He also forced everyone, small and great, rich and poor, free and slave, to receive a mark in their right hand or on their forehead, so no man could buy or sell. How much more relevant is it than now? But I was sort of aware of that back in 2017, something like that. And Agenda 21, how relevant is it if we knew about it back in the early 2000s until now? Now is a time when it actually makes sense. So everything that you've amassed over this long period of time can be realized at this moment in time because it is part of our now reality. Do you understand what I mean?
Yes, dude. And it's one of those things. There's a whole bunch of us out there that have been seeing all this coming for ages and have all been speaking out about it. And now, of course, it's all right in the middle of it. So now people are starting to take notice.
Aha.
It's like you said, timing.
Absolutely, 100%, my friend. Absolutely, 100%. And this is when I mentioned about appealing to the children. Okay, not appealing to the children, appealing to the parents regarding the children. Now, I do use that analogy that you made. I use a tenner in a birthday card. You used a fiver, or giving £1 to a homeless guy or woman or a homeless girl. It makes people think, ooh, because this is what I say. Well, once it goes digital, that child will have to pay tax on that which if you give them a tenner and a birthday card, they'll have to pay tax because it will be monitored and it will be a taxable income. Even little things like that make people think, oh yeah, I don't really want that. So just all these little things that we've amassed, all these experiences that we've amassed over time, they've all been leading towards what I would class as the end times. This is pretty much the end times for communities and in a person to be free as an individual, to make obviously wise choices, sensible choices, common law choices, all within the lines of common law. Don't kill, don't steal, don't cause offence, and don't cause harm. But now is that time when all these little beacons of light that are dotted all over the world, all with different attributes, all with different gifts, come together as one unit of energy that is fundamentally based on love. Really, love will win. It can't fail. But now is the time, my friend. Now is the time.
It is.
Honestly.
Let's take that end of the world scenario. Let's flip it and reverse it and make it the end of a bad system and the beginning of a new one.
That's
a better one. One based on love. One
Absolutely.
based on the basics. Because all these laws and regulations and all the rest of it, if you put in basic human rights worldwide and a basic foundation law, then everyone should be all right because we've covered the basics. We can make other things in the future when they become more of a problem.
Absolutely, yeah. Have you heard of Ubuntu? I think it's Ubuntu. Ubuntu. Have you heard of it?
Yes, but I can't recall.
Well, I'll repeat it just so it's on record again. There's a missionary went into the jungle, and he came across a village in the jungle, and he came across a group of children all sat around. He went up to the children and he said, right, I've got a bowl of fruit here. I'm going to walk 100 yards over there, and I'm going to put this bowl of fruit on that tree stump, and then I'm going to walk back, and I'm going to say, ready, steady, go, and you all run, and whoever gets to that bowl of fruit first gets the bowl of fruit. So he did. He walked up to the tree stump with a bowl of fruit. He put it on the tree stump. He walked back to the children, and he said, 1, 2, 3, go. And all the children held hands, ran to the bowl of fruit, and all picked up the bowl of fruit at the same time, and all walked back. The missionary said to them, why did you do that? And they all replied, how can one of us be happy if the rest of us are sad? So to me, that pretty much epitomizes helping those, and being as one. How can one of us be happy when the rest of us are sad? That is, that's a fundamental principle that I would, if I had the power, that's what I would preach, is that, which I do preach it. Would I make it law? No, but you wouldn't need to make it law. Something that's a good idea does not have to be hard sold. Something that's a really, really is a good idea, it just needs to be put to the people. And if it is such a good idea, the people will say, wow, that's a good idea. Let's adopt that. They don't need to take a vote on it. They just do it. It's like your village elder isn't a village elder because they're voted as a village elder. It's just that everybody respects that person enough to say, well, we come to you for advice. That's how village elders are born.
Well, I think they earn their respect from the wisdom that they spout that comes to fruition, because you got some false wise men out there that what they spout will get you in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Whereas the true wise men that spout real wisdom, you follow their wisdom and it works out, and that's why they get respect for being the wise man.
You touched on this earlier. It's not about the words, it's about the actions.
Well, everything is cause and effect, because otherwise there wouldn't be this thing called free will.
Yeah, but if you've got a wizened elder that was a bit of a rogue, okay? He was, he had more to eat than everybody else. His actions weren't conducive and in line with everybody else's actions. He put himself above everybody else. Okay, that isn't what I would class. That wouldn't garner respect, would it?
No, that is not a wise man, because that's a wise man thinking he knows it all, when the true wise man knows he knows nothing.
Yeah.
There was recently a I don't know if he's a martial artist or one of these gurus, but he said something, a twist of something that was ancient written down, which was, if everyone around you is suffering, then you have suffering to come. But if you help those around you with their suffering, it alleviates your own.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And we live in a world where we're not on our own. We can never be on our own. Because if we're born as a baby and we're on our own, we die.
Yeah.
This is an experience together.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Anyway, with that, dude, I'm going to have to skedoodle because I really need a coffee now. And I've got to feed the cat.
Yeah. Oh, Buzz, it's been a blessing for me. And hopefully, I'm sure everybody that's listening to it, your words, if you check out, even just check out Lulu, see whether it's for you. But I think your time to shine is the most is now, because your words actually blew me away. Really, in all honesty.
Well, if it is fated, then it will be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I can, I haven't actually got this live stream open on YouTube, but if I can, I'll link to your channel, and then I don't know whether on your channel have you got a link to your Rumble.
I can grab a link to my Rumble.
If you just make the arrangements that like in your about section, I think you can just copy your link into your about section, or just something like that, just so we, these little lights that shine all over the world can, come together, and together we shine brighter.
I'll chuck it over in StreamYard.
I don't think you won't be able to share links because you're not.
No, not on YouTube, but I can in StreamYard.
Oh, you can. Comments, private chat. Oh, there's a private chat one there. Oh, you've done it already. Is that a call of change to be a better human?
Yes.
Right.
And if anytime you need some music, like you need a toilet break or something, you need a bit of music, you can use that.
God bless you, my friend. Right, I'm putting a link. This is Buzz. I'll just call you Buzz. Buzzacino. Can't remember how to spell it. Buzz. Right. Please. There you go. So I'll just put your link in there.
Cheers, bro.
On Rumble. And yeah, I can't thank you enough, really, Buzz. Yeah, I can't. I just, I'm literally blown away. But your poetry is just,
cheers, dude.
Fantastic.
Well, thank you for having me on.
It's been my pleasure, mate. Honestly.
No, it's been my pleasure. It's always fun to communicate. I love communicating.
Yeah. It's been a pleasure.
And with that, loads of love to everyone in the chat. May you all be healthy, and may you all find wisdom and maybe a little bit of strength to get through all this.
Yeah. Amen. God
with
bless you,
that,
brother.
Until my last breath, stay groovy.
I love you, Buzz. Cheers, my friend. God bless. Great to see you again as well. Wow. Yeah, that was a gift. Thank you. Okay, now. So if anybody else wants that, yeah, I'm blown away. Really, I'm speechless now. So we've got through the dreaded day. Would anybody want to come on and just say, "Oh, yeah, what am I doing?" Buzzicino, what I'm actually going to do, if I open up oh, there it is there. I might bomb out here because I'm opening up another tab. I'll show my screen in a minute and show you what I'm doing. But oh, I'm almost speechless now. That was like I don't know, that was like a gift from God, that, for me. Get rid of those. This is the live stream. All I want to do is put a link to Buzz's channel in here. Yeah, Jamie, some people get extra benefits by unemployment. Yeah, nothing comes for free except for truth should come free. Yeah. Well, I'm sort of pretty close to wrapping up now, unless anybody wants to raise anything else. Unless anybody wants to raise anything else. Echo Bonita. Right. Echo Bonita, where can she be? Right, that's taken a bit of time. Right, let me quickly throw that in there. And then, I will actually be, hopefully, doing a live stream at I think it's 9 o'clock tonight on another channel. His name is the Watching Observer 76, and I'm not sure where he is English. He is English based. If you want to know how to not pay for the BBC license, I think fundamentally that's one of his main interests. However, last week we were just talking about social issues, etc., and conspiracies. So, right, let me right. Yeah, I'm running really slow here. Glue the dragon. Get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm just trying to lighten the load on my computer because, as you can see on my desktop, it's pretty full up. Right, let me find Buzz's comment. Where's Buzz's comment then? There he is. Now, I would actually mod everybody up, but you know, yeah, I daren't really. It's not that I don't love anybody. It's just that, and it's not that I don't trust everybody. It's just, I think that because if you were modded out, you'd be able to do this, share channels and things. Okay, so this is Buzz's channel. And if anybody, you know, if once this live stream is finished, if you want to network or interact with other people that have been in the chat, if you come back and just make a comment underneath, it's a way of, you know, clicking on the link, clicking on the emoji, whatever it is, and then you end up going to their channel. And, you know, it's just lights joining other lights, really, because I think everybody here is has that is a guiding light, really. So that's there. Yeah. 2011. Okay, now, so that's that one. Was I subscribed? I think I was, wasn't I? I'll have a look in a minute. Yeah, what more can I say? I can't think of anything more to talk about. So yeah. This is one thing that I want to highlight, is you're only as good as those at the bottom. Now, pensioners deserve the right to be looked after. Okay. I took out a private pension, oh gosh, a long time ago, to retire at 55, a private pension. And I got informed that my private pension wasn't until I was 55. They'd actually moved that until I was 57. That was a contract I had with a private pension to retire at 55. So nowhere safe. And if you don't care about the pensioners by increasing the pension age, and this is the thing, once you stop being a contributor to the war machine, and what we must remember is government is only custodians or managers of our resources and money. It's not their money. It's our money that they are managing. Okay. So we can appeal to the old age pensioners. They're, you know, the government will be better off without them, because they are a burden on the coffers. The same as with the homeless. Don't pay anything in. In fact, what they do is they take money out. Same with the jobless. So, you know, probably classed as useless eaters, or access to requirements, really. Okay, now I'm going to wrap it up now. I think it's 18:25. That's almost 4 hours. Yeah, Buzz, I love you, my friend. Honestly, that was everything: inspiring, uplifting, reflectable, perfect for this time. Yeah. I would say, and you know, for me, it just highlights the importance of getting out what's rattling around in our heads. It's just getting it out there, whatever it may be. So, you know, and like I say, when the teacher is ready, the teacher arrives. So 2035. Wow. That's my, yeah. Yeah, I love you, Buzz. Thank you ever so much for that. Made my, well, I say made my day now. And will continue to feed me that. Right. I wasn't going to hang out. I'm on 3 hours. What does that say? 3 hours, 56, 31. It says there. I was going to hang out to 4 hours, but I don't think I can think of anything else to say, really. Oh, I know what I'll do. I know what I'll do. If I go to my channel, and then firstly, if you go to community, there's a climate fate video there. It's got links in it to Lulu. There's a link for Operation Crimson Mist in the top post there on my backup channel. And the Kingsman, the Secret Service. If you want to watch that, there's the link there. It's a good film. This one is for the film In Time, which is quite revealing. Digital barcode. That's a beautiful song, that. There's a link to Climate Fate by David Yates. And this was posted 3 months ago. They need another fear bomb. And they do. They need another fear bomb. People are too comfortable. People are too free. They need something else to be locked up for. Yeah. Weather as a force multiplier owning the weather in 2025. There's a link to that there. What I really want, what I come here for, was to just take you to these channels. There's David Yates there. Dave Holly is another one I was subscribed to. Rob, there's me chatting mate Rob. The Watching Observer. I'll go to his channel. I'll put a link because I'll be doing a live with him. Oh, well, he'll be doing live tonight. Hopefully I'll get on his panel. Yeah, I think I appeared on that one there and that one there. Maybe that one there. So if I leave a link in here, just in case you want to pop by. It's open panel, so he does welcome input, all topics. Okay. I think that's about, I'm up to 3:59:49, so I actually did manage to eke it out to 4 hours. Everybody in the chat, I absolutely love all of you, and that is proper love. That's not I'm not just saying that. I just fully appreciate what your time, your input. It's a shame that we couldn't all sit around a table and have a verbal together, because it's quite difficult keeping up with the comments. And yeah, thank you ever so much for joining me. Special thanks again to Buzz for popping on and, you know, giving us some classical input. Okay. Zoo, you're the man, my friend. You've got to come on and share your words, mate. Honestly, you're a builder, mate. The world needs builders, same as it needs bakers. Dare I say it? butchers, farmers, neighbors. So, okay, I've gone over 4 hours. I'm going to push the end broadcast now. I'm just talking for the sake of talking now. But if you can get over to this one here, Watch and Observer. If you can get over there, I think it's 9 o'clock he does a live. A regular slot on a Sunday night. Who was that? Watching Gob Server. Yeah, we need more Gob. All right, my friend. Moira, thank you ever so much for your input. Yeah, you know, there's like attracts like, really, and we're all trying really hard. It's just difficult. It's difficult, but getting everybody on the same page, reading from the same book, and being in the same places. But I've got hope. In fact, I've got more than hope. I'm sure we'll turn everything around. All right, club wins, and okie doke. Thank you ever so much again. I'm going to make myself a hot coffee now. I've been drinking cold coffee. So, all right, love you all, and God bless. Praise the Lord, and remember, just remember, be sensible. All right, love you all. Down the road. Peace.